in the blue over there, he's riding it. You can get in front of him and get his face.
Sir, what did you want? What did you want, Mark?
The checking and weighing and the measuring and all that. You guys get
They're going to be doing that for the next few minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll come back and grab that. Yeah. Whoa.
When you start to pick up you need to learn the courtyards, social lounges, and shape rooftops. When you host the summer night, we may build the neighborhoods, but together we build the community.
It has been a rainy and windy day here in southern Ontario, Canada. That's perfect weather to be under the roof indoors for some world-class track cycling. Another evening of action coming up here in Milton for round 3 of the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup. Hello everyone, I'm Gavin Day, excited to be up here in the booth for another night here at the Madison National Cycling Centre in Milton, Ontario, Canada. We're just outside of Toronto, the velodrome built for the 2015 Pan Am Games. Another night of action, as I just mentioned, coming up for the Track Nation Cup. Plenty of action, including right underway, guys getting ready to go for the Omnium, the scratch race about ready to go. We have sprints, we have Keirin, we have Madison, and I frankly am looking very much forward to it. There's a look inside the velodrome. Fans are still filing in, riders out on the track, and we're just about ready to go in just a few moments from now. Final checks to make sure the bikes are up to standard. Warm-up's just about complete, and then we'll have 24 men lining up to get ready for the first race of 4 in the Omnium. Up first is the scratch race. And unlike a lot of the other races you'll see here, it's just straight up bike racing. First to the line, you win. 10 kilometers, 40 laps. There's some specs on the track. 250 meters, 7 meters wide, Siberian spruce wood surface. That is a look there at one of the American riders. We have 2, one riding for the USA. And that is Gavin Hoover, the other Colby Lang riding for Cheney Windows and Doors. And there's our program for the evening. We start with some scratch, some sprints, some Keirins, and some really fun racing coming up, and we'll wrap up the evening with some medals given out, as we always do. Riders quickly getting into their positions, 24 of them in all in the Omnium. There were a couple of points races this morning to determine which 24 riders will be taking part. The top 12 from each 2 races, they were the points race, as I just mentioned, qualifies them for this evening. Lots of talent here to watch out for. There's Sebastian Mora, bronze from the First Nations Cup in Jakarta. He was also 5th in Cairo. Alan Banaszek out of Poland, the 2021 European champion. Donovan Grandin, World Tour rider out on the road. Corbin Strong, another one from the World Tour, from the world of road racing, here this weekend riding on the track. Vincent Hopazak out of Beat Cycling Club. He was 4th in Jakarta. And the riders are off. The whistle blast, of course, meaning the riders can go. This is not the official start of the race. There's sort of a formation lap of sorts. And when our commissaires are satisfied that everyone is in position as they should be, they'll fire the gun, and we will be underway. There is Sebastian Mora. And there's the gun, and we are go. Tobias Hansen, Campbell Stewart, gold and silver from those Jakarta races are not here in Milton this week. I'm just going to focus on those who are, because it is going to be very open field here. Home crowd perhaps a little disappointed that none of the Canadians managed to make it into the field of 24. They'll still be treated to a night of elite cycling overall. Kelsey, Canadian Olympic champion Kelsey Mitchell, is up in the semifinals of the women's sprint. That's still to come. So the Omnium, if you are new to it, there's 4 events. There's this, the scratch race. Later on, we'll have the tempo race, and I'll get into the scoring at some point there. Then we have the elimination race, which we saw last night in the first night of action. This night, though, it's not a standalone event. It's one of 4 events. And then we finish with the points race. And there is an early attack off the front. An early flyer going away. That is Our Polish rider, I mentioned him, Alan Banaszak. And a very early attack, upping the tempo of this race. It's always interesting when you have 4 long endurance races to go, how riders pace themselves and whether it's a cagey kind of opening, whether they bunch up and just sort of bring it down to the final few laps before opening up a sprint, or if they open up the taps right away and drop the hammer, so to speak. And Banaszak, whereas for Human Powered Health on the road, North American continental team that rides a lot of pro races in Europe. Still, Banaszak now, he's got about a half a lap already, and there's not tons of organization. They are pretty strung out in the field. That does mean that they are going at a pretty good rate of speed. They're not bunched up, looking around. It's just a matter of finding that organization. The peloton there had some openings. Now it's looking like it's one long line. We'll see if they're going to organize and chase after Banaszak. Everyone taking a turn on the front. Nobody really wants to spend too much time there right in the front. Everyone wants to be enjoying that sweet, sweet draft behind other riders as much as possible. That's Mora on the front. Yuri Leitao sitting behind him. Winner of a Champions League elimination race in London in 2021. A Portuguese rider. And there is Corbin Strong, the all-black kit from New Zealand. Rides for Israel Premier Tech on the road. Strong Canadian connections there. And here's Strong racing in Canada. A lot of Canadian cycling fans will be watching the Liège-Bastogne-Liège tomorrow on the road. Mike Woods, Canadian favorite there. But tonight we worry about the track. Let the roadies deal with their stuff tomorrow. Banaszak looks like he's inching closer. You have to wonder if the momentum is starting to turn. And if he makes it, he almost surprised them getting off quickly. And now he's not really closing that gap to the back of the pack as quickly. As I say that, though, he is just about a quarter of the track away from the back of that track, or back of that field. And now he really is upping it. Inside a straightaways gap. 26 laps to go. And there is the lap. Fans acknowledging his efforts. Now he's certainly in a comfortable position. Up a lap. And unless someone gains a lap back up on him, he stands to win this sprint race. And we already have 23 minutes left to go. Very quick race. Now Banaszak really just gets to sit in the wheels, save his energy, draft a little bit. Very wise strategy to say, I'm going to make the effort now and hope that pays dividends in the long run. He does have to monitor just in case other riders try to go for a lap on their own. Of course, that would then make up the lap on Banaszak, but not too much right now. An Australian rider off the front, Kelland O'Brien, 24 years old, now peeling off. There is Colby Lang, the American with chain windows and doors. It looks like there is a group of about 9 riders trying to break away from the field. It's not looking terribly organized, and it looks like a reformation is at hand. Mark Stewart, we saw him last night in the elimination race, the Brit on the front. He decides to pull off there. Riding up by the fence there, you can dive down and pick up some speed that way. And there's Donovan Grandin at the front, but he's deciding not to pursue the matter much. Gavin Hoover There's not much in the way of the organization. It's almost a race for second right now. Banashek loving life at the moment, but now there is an attack. Jiri Leitao going off on a solo flyer. He gains the straightaway. He's around the corner. Wind in the sails moment, but the chase is back on and the peloton is strung out. Looks like a couple riders are trying to bridge over to him. And it's 3 riders. It's the aforementioned Lang. There is also out of Colombia, Juan Arango. And out of Mexico, that's Ricardo Pena. Their effort is quickly snuffed out there, and Leitao still off on his own, trying to get back onto the same lap as Banashek and a lap up on everybody else. Looks like they're just sort of maintaining the gap at the moment. Leitao hasn't gotten away as quickly as Banashek has. Still has maybe just over a quarter of a lap. There's a look at Banashek. He is the leader. He put that early lap on the entire field, and he stands to benefit right now. If the pack just kind of ends this way, but there is an attack now. Vincent Hopazak, Beat Cycling Club. He's trying to bridge. Colby Lang joining him. Not a real response from the field. Leitao closing in on the back of the peloton, about close to potentially going up a lap. Hopazak and Lang not too far behind. A little more urgency now in the field as there is Leitao making the catch. So now he and Banashek from Poland, both a lap up. Stand to be 1-2 right now. There's the acknowledgement of that. Jiri Leitao gaining a lap. 8 laps to go now in this opening race to the Omnium here in Milton. Hopazak and Lang now. Looks like they could do it, and Leitao trying to go again. Leitao liking his legs so far today. There's the catch. Hopazak and Lang back on the lead lap. And Hopazak now chasing Leitao a little bit and just carrying on forward. Now the game is truly afoot. Attacks, counterattacks. As it stands right now, Vincent Hopazak of Beat Cycling. He is a lap up on his 2 mates there in the breakaway. That's Sebastian Mora and Claudio Imhoff of Switzerland. See how these 3, if they decide to work together. Donovan Grandin leading the peloton back. You look there, 4 riders on the lead lap, the rest of the field a lap down. Interesting scratch race here we have in Milton. Two laps to go. Imhoff, Mora, and Hopazak leading the way, but now we bunch back up. Here comes the bell, 1 lap to go. Grandin looking like he's trying to lead around the sprint finish for the group, the peloton. This would be for 5th place. We'll still have to sort out who wins the overall. It's Grandin, and it's Mark Stewart coming to the line, and Stewart takes the bunch sprint, but that is good enough for, I believe, 5th place. There it is. There's confirmation. Hopazak from Beat Cycling takes the race. I believe 2nd place, Alan Banashek from Poland. Jiri Leitao of Portugal 3rd. Colby Lang in 4th. Those were the 4 riders all on the lead lap. So a bunch sprint won by Mark Stewart, but that was only good enough for 5th place, and that's because 4 guys had taken a lap previously. There are your results. Vincent Hoppezak beat Cycling Club out of the Netherlands. Wins the scratch race in the Omnium. Alan Banaszak of Poland second. Yuri Leitao third. Colby Lang of the United States, Cheney Windows and Doors in fourth place. Second event win for Beat Cycling. Yesterday, the club won the men's elimination race, and it's not the national team here. However, the Dutch staff emphasized coming into this that it is one large Dutch selection. So the Netherlands team and Beat Cycling are all in criteria for that national program. Of course, we have World Championships coming up at the end of the summer in Glasgow. And that powerful Dutch team vying for spots to compete not only there, but next summer at the Paris 2024 Olympics. Banaszak, the animator, early, getting a lap very quickly. Colby Lang, Vincent Hoppezak, two other guys there who benefited being a lap up, and there was the winner of the bunch sprint at the end, fifth place. We will see these gentlemen coming up shortly for the tempo race. That will be the second race in the Omnium. Coming up in just a few minutes, the women's sprint semifinals. They did their 200-meter qualifier early this morning. There were a couple rounds of knockouts, and now we are down to the final four. And coming out onto the track, Heat 1, the hometown or the home nation support for Kelsey Mitchell, the 29-year-old out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, just outside of Edmonton in Western Canada. Olympic champion in this event from the Tokyo Olympics. She's up against Nikki de Grendele, 26 years old from Belgium. 2018 world champion. And de Grendele, it's a little bit personal perhaps. De Grendele knocked out Lauriane Genet, the fellow Canadian, earlier in the quarterfinal. Kelsey Mitchell, very close friends with Genet. And of course, best 2 of 3 in the women's sprints. Three laps, it all comes down really though to the last one, but there's so much strategy playing out right now. Do you want to lead from the front? Do you want to save it for one last burst at the finish? De Grendele upping the tempo a little bit. Not going to be a track stand there tonight, in this first race anyway. Mitchell rides high, rides low, and she hits the front. De Grendele lets her go. 1.5 laps now. Mitchell eyeing de Grendele. You get that lower sprinter's lane when you're in front. And there is the bell. Here comes de Grendele trying to get around early on. Mitchell comfortably in front though. There is a gap. De Grendele closing in through the slipstream as they come around the final bend. De Grendele, is she out of room? Mitchell pouring it on to the line, and it's going to be Mitchell, I believe, narrowly taking race 1. We'll wait for confirmation. And they do call it a photo finish. De Grendele pushed it late. Very, very close coming around that final turn. Mitchell looked to be in charge, but de Grendele with the very late surge, and I think it's Mitchell's. We'll await the final word. There it is, 1-0 Canada. Mitchell managed a 22nd in Jakarta earlier this year. De Grendele 13th in both Jakarta and Cairo. So both of these riders would be looking for season's bests. No Emma Finucane or Sophie Capewell from Great Britain. No Emma Hinze from Germany, but as always, I like to focus on who is here, and not a bad way to start the sprint night. Coming up, Heat 2. Coming up onto the track from Colombia, Martha Bayona is already there. And Luz Daniela Gathiola from Mexico is right there. There's a look at her right now. The 30-year-old from Culiacan in Sinaloa State. Bayona took a win in the keirin in Mallorca in the Champions League last year. Gathiola has won a Pan Am Championships in this individual sprint. Bayona 9th in Jakarta, 10th in Cairo. Gathiola 17th in Jakarta, 15th in Cairo. So it's going to be a new podium once we get there. But now the games are on. As always, the big question, will there be a track stand? If you don't know what that is, that's when they literally come to a dead stop. The riders can't put their feet down or any of that, but they balance and they see who blinks first. Almost happened that time. Those rare moments in sports where nobody's moving and yet it's a tension-filled moment. Gathiola now drops down to move in front. Now she'll be marking any moves by Bayona. They come up to the bell. Gathiola opens the sprint very early. Yeah, Bayona has a gap to climb, but this is a long, long sprint. Gathiola out of the saddle, both of them now, and that gap is closing. Here comes Bayona. She still has work to do, trying to round the corner, bringing it to the line. And I think that's another photo. I think that one was even closer than Heat 1. There it is. Oh, by that slimmest of margins, Bayona, Colombia goes up 1-0. Race is so short, get the pulses racing. And the sprinting fun continues. As we get a look at the replay, Gathiola opening up the sprint very, very early. She had a gap, almost had Bayona fooled, but there was enough time for her to come back, and look at that margin. The bike throw, just enough. Now we bring out the men's sprinters, but it's for the keirin. Second round. Top three will race for gold for the medals. The last three will go for a classification race, 7th through 12th. So 2 heats of 6. And this is one of those events that always makes you smile, just a unique event. On the far side is the Derny. It's an electric bike. It'll come around. And then he'll lead them for 3 laps. After 3 laps, the Derny pulls off, and then it's 3 laps to the finish. There is the field. The camera just panned by Matthew Richardson of Australia. Here's a look at Nicholas Paul from Trinidad and Tobago. Commonwealth Games champion in the sprint in 2022. Nations Cup win in Cali, Colombia in this event last year. Moderni is off. He comes around the corner. There's the gun, and they do have to follow in behind. You cannot move in front of the bike until it pulls off. They do have to do one lap in formation, and then there can be some movement in and around each other, but not so long as it's still behind that Derny. There's the field. Matthew Richardson, Jai Angsuthasawat from Thailand, 28-year-old Maximilian Dornbach. Nicholas Paul, as I mentioned, Santiago Ramirez from Cali, Colombia, and Shenqi Xu from China. And these sprinters' bikes, those front chain rings are quite massive. The Derny allows them to pick up speed, and eventually they can really fly. Currently just over 45 kilometers an hour. And there's the Derny pulling off now, and they're off. Very cagey start to this one. Paul just looking around, seeing if anyone's trying to chase him a little bit. That's Maximilian Dornbach from Germany. The two have a bit of a gap now on Matthew Richardson. The back three have some work to do, the back four really, but Richardson's leading the pursuit. Approaching, there we are, 70 kilometers an hour as they reach the bell. Nicholas Paul still leading as he has the entire way. Dornbach chasing him down. Here comes Richardson around the outside. It's looking like it's 1, 2, 3 right now, right there, but inside the middle, there's another move. It looks like 1, 2, 3. I think Dornbach takes it. Richardson second, Nicholas Paul third. Angsuthasawat fourth, just outside from the looks of things, but we will wait for confirmation, as always. There it is. I believe it's Dornbach, Richardson, Paul, your three. And if you're new to the sport, that was to Keirin. That was the introduction. Nicholas Paul leading just about the entire way. The first little bit looking over his shoulder. And then they just floor it, and there's your three to advance. Dornbach, Richardson, and Paul. Confirmation of your three that will move on out of Heat 1. There's still one more race to go to determine the final three competitors to enter the final. Matthew Glaetzer from Australia, James Hedgecock, the Canadian, the former BMX rider, China's Qi Liu, and Kevin Quintero, Mate Bohuslavic, and Jair Chon and Fa from Suriname. There's Glaetzer, who led Australia to team sprint gold last night. He finished things off. There's Kevin Quintero, 24 years old, from Palmyra, which is not too far from that velodrome in Cali. Overall keirin champion, Nations Cup in 2021 and 2022, and the Pan American Games champion. A whole lot of strength in these riders. Different sizes too. A guy like Chon En Fa is only 5'5", compact power. Here's the gun. And once again, 3 laps to gain speed. The Derny pulls off and essentially release the hounds. Right now it's Quintero in front, Chon and Fa behind him, and Bohuslavic, a 24-year-old who also races BMX. A couple current and former BMX riders in this field. James Hedgecock, about 15 months ago, made the commitment to ride track full-time. He riding for the club team here, the National Cycling Institute. That's in Milton, so he doesn't have that recognizable teal Canadian shoulders on his kit. He has the all-red kit. He's sitting at about 4th wheel right now with the black bib shorts. Quintero looking around. The Derny is off. The riders are released. Chon and Fa moves to the front, and now it's Hedgecock who says, I'd like to lead from the front. Not far behind him, Glaetzer having similar ideas. After a bit of a slow start, here we go. 2 laps to go still, and it's Glaetzer leading Hedgecock. And Liu Qi. And there is the bell. Glaetzer still leading. And Qi Liu right on him. A little bit of boxed in action, a little bit of argy-bargy there, but it looks like it is still Glaetzer comfortable. Hedgecock bringing one home for Canada. It's going to be close for 3rd. It's going to go to a photo finish. I think Qi Liu got it ahead of Jair, Chon, and Fa. There's a look at Hedgecock. Pretty comfortable. He's thinking that he's advanced. Matthew Glaetzer, 30-year-old out of Adelaide, wanting his 2nd gold medal of the weekend. That average, 71.5 kilometers an hour average. The sprint is under review. Just wanting to confirm some results. There is the finish there. Glaetzer, actually that's not the finish. I mentioned that the little argy-bargy, a little bumping of shoulders there between Qi Liu and the Canadian James Hedgecock. Until we see the Q next to their name, nothing is confirmed. There we are, confirmation. Nothing changing from what we've just seen. So it's Glaetzer, Hedgecock, and Liu advancing to the gold medal final. Now, back to the women's sprint semifinals. Kelsey Mitchell, Nikki de Grandela. Mitchell winning the photo finish in the first race. Mentioned that sort of teal shoulders on the Canadian color. It's been various shades of blue and teal over the years. And we're underway. The Olympic champion leading things out. They switch positions at the start. Grendola, the 2018 keirin world champion. Just a lot of eyeing each other up right now. De Grendola weaves one way, then the other, now goes high. Mitchell preserving that lower inside line. And Mitchell forces it up a little bit higher. Eye to eye as they cross the start-finish line. Always so fun, so much tactics, so many tactics compressed into this small space, this short race. Now they ratchet things up as they come up to the bell. Mitchell out of the saddle, De Grendola not far behind, and Mitchell goes down low. She has a big gap. De Grendola has to close once again. She brought it into a photo finish in race one. She still has a long way to go now. It's looking much more comfortable for Mitchell. De Grendola sits up. Kelsey Mitchell will race for gold. She takes this one 2-0. Wave to the home crowd. The Olympic champion on form here. A shake of the hands by the two competitors. One of the many things you love about cycling is the camaraderie and the sportsmanship. Much more comfortable this time. Had the gap. De Grendola knew there was no catching the Olympic champion. As they reached the home stretch, that was all she wrote. Now, if you're Kelsey Mitchell, you're sort of hoping that this other heat goes to a third race, take a little bit more energy out of both of these cyclists, Martha Bayona and Luz Daniela Gathiola. Bayona up 1-0. Always get those great shots of the stare down. A little bit diminished with the tinted visor there, but they go eye to eye. It's not always one rider looking at the other. Sometimes one rider's looking away, but when they stare each other down, it's always such an incredible image of this sport. We are off. It's Gathiola leading things out. Wants to force the decider. They do it this time. Very, very close to the track stand. Nobody wants to lead it out. There it is. Some people recognize the majesty of the track stand. And who's gonna blink? It's Bayona who now goes in front. Now Bayona, perhaps a change of the tactics, was hoping to just follow as long as she could into the sprint, and now all over the track. Up high, both riders. 1.5 laps to go. The tempo is picked up now. We're gonna come up to the bell. Bayona with an advantage. Gathiola, plenty of work to do, and has she pulled the wool over the eyes? Here comes Bayona. Gathiola, a long way to go on the backstretch. She gets out of the saddle, round the final turns, and I think Bayona has done it. You lose the track stand, you win the race though. And Martha Bayona acknowledges the applause, and she will race Kelsey Mitchell for gold. And as the sprinters peel off, we'll welcome back the Omnium riders. The tempo race coming up in just a few moments. And there's the moment, the track stand. But Bayona got in front, decided to open up the sprint a little bit early, got a gap that it proved to be insurmountable in the end. There's your gold medal final. Kelsey Mitchell of Canada, Martha Bayona of Colombia for bronze, Nikki de Grendola and Luz Danielle Gathiola from Mexico. We'll be seeing that in just a little bit later on this evening. Now for the tempo race. 24 men in the Omnium back out. Another 10-kilometer race, another 40 laps. The difference now is that every lap is essentially a sprint lap. So if you're the first person over the line, you get a point. The scratch race, there were no points to worry about. It was just the first to the finish line. There's the standings. Hopazak as winner of the scratch race on 40 points. Alan Benešek, 38. Yuri Leitao, 36. That brings us to the tempo. So, another mass start race. After 4 laps of forming up and getting sort of in position, the race will be off. Every lap is considered a sprint lap. The winner of each lap gets 1 point. If you get a lap on the field, you get 20 points. If you get lapped by the field, you lose 20 points. So, a whole lot at play. Will it be confusing? Absolutely. There are commissaires down there doing a fantastic job who keep track of everything. I always like to say, keep an eye on them. They'll likely be pointing out who's in front. There's Yuri Leitao, one of the riders who picked up a lap in the scratch race. There's Alan Benešek, 2021 Euro Omnium champion.
Next up, second race in the men's Omnium program, and this is the tempo race. How this works is basically you get a point per lap. So you're going to get the winner of each lap will get 8 points. And we'll start that after 5 laps.
There's Hopazak.
And then if a rider gains a lap, they're going to score 20 points.
Oh, maybe that's not. It's Hopazak. That was actually Jan Willem van Schip, who is wearing the Dutch kit, so another Dutch rider, but he is wearing that Dutch white, usually for many years the Dutch orange, but they decided to change things up and go for a white with a very faded orange color, just a slight tint. As always, the commissaires make everybody's in the right position. A blow of the whistle. The field is off. We sort of form up, a couple of formation laps. It was just the one lap to form things up, and already an attack off the front.
We already have the German rider who is on the attack. Remember, riders who score.
That's Tim Torn Teutenberg. His sister Leah Lynn Teutenberg raced last night.
Just a reminder to everybody here this evening that steam whistle, a quick rinse over at steam whistle. You know, Premier Pilsner here on site over in the green tent.
Field seems happy to send him off for these first few laps before we start picking up the points. There's the bell. So the next lap around will be for points, and if you're Tim Torn Teutenberg, if you are close to catching the back of the field, you might want to pick up a few points before you get the extra 20 for picking up the lap. There's always strategy involved in these races, but now the field's saying, we're just going to string things out right away. Already a huge injection of pace into this race, splitting the field. I mentioned it was going to be chaotic. It already is. Teutenberg picking up some single points. Now the commissaires have to decide, with a split in the peloton, what constitutes the main field. Where would 20 points come into play? And Teutenberg doesn't look like he has much as steam as some of the riders, enjoying a bit of a draft back there. So I'm not sure if he's starting to lose pace. He is still picking up those single points. Maybe that's part of the plan, just until you get caught, if you get caught, just keep racking up those points. It's not until the points race that ends the Omnium do points count towards the overall standing. So for now, if you win the race, even if you pick up every single point, you do not keep those points. The first 3 events, they're sort of set points based on your finish. In the points race, the points you earn in that race go to your overall tally. Teutenberg is closing in as the peloton losing some of its impetus. It's all bunching back up again. So once Teutenberg catches the back of the group, suddenly the race is back on again, and those individual points are once again available. But he keeps picking up those points. He's now shutting out the field. 7-0. Teutenberg 7. Everybody else, no score. 28 laps to go. There's a look at Teutenberg. Looking fairly comfortable, not a lot of rocking in the shoulders, not fatigued just yet. And better hope not, with 2 more long races still to go. Hopazak leading the peloton right now. Teutenberg looking like the catch is going to be made shortly, but there is an attack now, and it's Mora along with Corbin Strong. Spaniard and the Kiwi. Strong sort of caught in 2 minds, it appears. Do I go or do I not? And now he goes. He ups the tempo. He's going to chase after Mora, but the field is very close behind. There's the catch, and there's the 20 for Teutenberg. And now Mora is leading things over the line as the field reforms. There's confirmation. Tim Torn Teutenberg gaining the lap. Strong now leading things around. He's ticking off a few points. Sebastian Mora leading things around. Strong trying to look for a place to tuck back in, and the rest of the field, he's done his pull. And Alan Banashek gets a point. Goes up on the board there. I think that one might have gone to Jan Willem van Schip. Pardon me, Hopazak from Beat Cycling, and Grandin, the man from Réunion, French territory in between Mauritius and Madagascar. Very small island, but it's part of France. It's similar to, if you know your Canadian geography, there are a couple islands called Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, not far from the east coast of Canada, which count as parts of France. Naoki Kojima of Bridgestone looking like he could get that point. I'm not sure if he got it. Yuri Leitao might have pipped him for it. No, they've given it to Kojima. He gets the single point, but Leitao now on the attack. Looks like there is a mechanical for Daniel Christa from Romania.
All right, so our famous Portuguese rider, Yuri Leitao now, he's picking up some points.
And Jan Willem van Schip gets the latest point. And that's his first of this tempo race. Teutenberg looking odds on. Right at the moment anyway. Not only did he get the 20, he picked up a lot of those single points, but the field is now fractured all over the place. That's Mark Stewart leading the way. He's on a bit of a solo breakaway. Jan Willem van Schip leading, let's see, 6 riders. There is a 7th closing in to try to close that gap, but for the moment now it's Mark Stewart of Great Britain, a 27-year-old, starting to knock some laps off. Coming down to 12 laps to go. There's Stewart still off in front. Confirmation he gets the 1 point. Stewart's closing in from Jan Vonish from the Czechia. Not far in front of him is Gustav Johansson from Sweden, but I don't think this will count towards a lap. Stewart, though, picking off these individual points. Stewart picking up these individual points. He's up to 9 of them won as we come down to 7 laps to go. He's picking off riders one by one. There is a crash and it's Stewart. He's up on his feet quickly. There's a few choice words for the commissaire. I believe he was trying to pass a rider from Mexico and there might have been a collision between the two. They'll sort that out, but now we follow a new lead group.
So Mark Stewart is going to dust himself off.
There it is right there. Both riders were going up high and touch of wheels perhaps, and there's a look at it. See what they rule. That's for a well-trained commissaires to decide what happens with that. And it's Jan Willem van Schip now who is picking up some points. 3 laps to go. Second race of the men's Omnium. Looks like they have confirmed that Stewart is given a lap, so that pass that he made will net him 20 points, gets him up into second place, and there is the bell. 1 lap to go. we're going to sort this one out. This was something of a chaotic tempo race where not everybody was on the same lap. There was a crash, and here is a sprint to the line. Yuri Leitao going to take a bit of a bunch sprint there. There is Stewart. He seems to be fine. One thing we do know, there's our winner, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg, attacking early, racking up points, picking off those laps one by one, and eventually saying, I'm going to pick up a lap on the field, picks up 20, and that's enough for him to hang on. There's Mark Stewart. There is the battle scar. A little shrug of the shoulders, seems to be fine. He might feel that one later once the adrenaline wears off. Kuboki listed as 5th place at the moment. Now the discussion ensues. This will take some confirming, I'm sure, and we'll get that to you once everything gets ironed out.
Madison et Madame.
Ah, j'ai dit de à elle. Je vais faire, regarde, donne-moi mon pad là-bas, je l'ai fait.
And there are the results. Your winner, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg, 30 points, takes the win. Mark Stewart, that late lap gain, 29, and then Jan Willem van Schip of the Netherlands in 3rd place. For a while there, you might have seen the graphics going up for the rider from Hong Kong, China. It was actually supposed to be minus 20. So these are the official results. The winner, Teutenberg, Stewart, and van Schip, 1 through 3. Kazushige Kuboki of Japan in 4th. Donovan Grandin of France in 5th. And then we'll take those results and that'll update the Omnium standings. As I mentioned, those points gained do not count towards the overall. There are the standings right now after race number 2. Mark Stewart from Great Britain on 70, Vincent Hopezak 66, and Tim Thorn-Teutenberg and Yuri Leitao tied at 64. So all very, very close after 2 races, and still 2 more to go. Next up, if you watched last night in the Omnium, it will be the elimination race, but we still have some other racing to go before we get back to the Omnium. It will be a few minutes before we get to our women's Madison, because they do still have some work to do on the track. Let's actually look at our infield in the VIP area. Plenty of former Canadian Olympians are in the building tonight. Kurt Harnett, the great Canadian track cyclist, is here. Also actually see Lucas Makowski, an Olympic long track speed skating gold medalist from the 2010 Olympics in the team pursuit. And I always like to notice how long track speed skating has taken some of the track cycling events to kind of make it their own. They have the team pursuit, they have the team sprint, and they also have what's called the mass start, but it's very similar to the points race. So track cycling inspiring other sports. Looks like the repairs are done on the track, and the women's Madison is coming out now. The riders getting out onto the track. Back to the action in just a few moments. They really tick the schedule along from event to event here. Now the Madison. As always, if you're new to track cycling, this will take a little bit of explaining. The women's Madison, you see the teams entered. There are 18 of them, 18 teams of 2. Women's race is 120 laps long, 30 kilometers, 18 teams, there we are. Rakuten K-Dreams is the only trade team, I believe, entered. Otherwise, it's all just national teams. Now, how do two teams of 2 compete in this, you wonder? Well, they literally grab each other by the hand and give each other a throw. So the transitions are really something to behold. And I always love explaining this race to people when they see it for their first time. And their jaws drop and hang open as they're amazed at these riders being able to travel at such high speeds, being able to sling their teammate forward. Riders line up with starters on one side, their teammates will be on the other side. And I believe our in-arena hosts just called it roller derby on ice, or on ice, on a track, on bikes. And that is a pretty apt description. There's Elisa Balsamo from Italy. She rides with Martina Fidanza. Balsamo, one of the great road cyclists as well, here riding on the track. 2021 World Road Champion. She's won a number of one-day classics as well. Member of the 2022 Team Pursuit team. There's Lotte Kopecky, the Belgian rider, wearing those World Champions bands. Teammate Shari Bossuet. Champion is really sort of a target on your back. What makes you an automatic favorite in any race you enter. Not a bad racer there either. That's Nia Evans. She's teamed with none other than Katie Archibald, so a very strong field entered. And there's a look at Archibald. Tough to pick a favorite here. Archibald, gold in the Madison at the last Olympics in Tokyo, but that was with Laura Kenny. Kenny expecting child number 2 with Jason Kenny. Also legendary Great British track cyclist. That Irish team there, they're building a velodrome in Dublin. That Irish team currently does a lot of their national team training in Mallorca over in Spain. Having a national facility at home would really shake things up for that Irish program. Here's the whistle. It's Balsamo leading things off. Victoria Pikulik of Poland behind her. That's all quickly changing though. Pikulik partnering with her sister, Daria Pikulik. And 120 laps.
Madison. So our first group is off. We also have the world champions competing here from Milton.
And you see the teammates circulating above. They strategize on when to do their exchanges, and there's one coming up. The world champions from Belgium just did it.
So a lot of the riders, fun fact, you'll see some of the fluorescent helmets that normally wear those in racing. But this thing is
And there is an early crash. We have a couple riders down now all over the track. Commissaires rushing to get bikes off now. That's Valente. She's got a torn kit. Now her teammate is still in the race, Lily Williams. So this just adds to the chaos of this race. It appears everybody is fine, but when you're a rider and your teammate is recovering from a crash, getting their bike checked out, you're wasting a lot of energy. And it looks like the US was trying to do a sling. The Brazilian rider just rode into the back of them. Not at the highest of speeds. It seems everyone is okay. There's an example of the sling there by Japan. And it's Mizuki Ikeda now into the race. And it looks like we are going to neutralize. There might be some damage to the track. The double pistol firing means let's settle this thing down. Let's get it sorted again, and we'll have another go. There's the neutralization confirmation. We only did about 6 laps, 114 to go. And the neutralization there. They spotted some damage to the track, so it's going to need some work.
So confirming they will do a restart of this race. They're going to bring the riders back to the railing, just like we saw the first start, and they will reset with a lower number of total laps remaining. So here are some riders in as
We'll be able to sort things out a little bit, chance to calm things down and perhaps refocus their own tactics. As I mentioned, work needs to be done on the track.
Brazil, 16 red, has received a warning for dangerous riding during the race. Brazil has received a warning for dangerous
That's the Brazilian team, as I mentioned. Looks like they were biking right into the back of the American team to get a warning.
all right, Brad. While riders get reset here, I think we should do a roll call, shall we? All right, everybody on the back stretch. You guys bring us the singing, make some noise. I know people over there. There we go. We're dancing around. You guys are going to the beer tent. I respect the
It is a wooden track after all, so if a bike chain hits the deck, likely it's going to dig in, and splinters are a possibility. So they've got the sandpaper out, they've got the broom and dustpan out, high-tech equipment to fix up the track here in Milton. Once again, the commissaires spotting the track damage and decided to neutralize the race. There's a look at the work being done. Look at those Brazilian whiners in confirmation of the warning for dangerous riding. Just not a disqualification, but just, like I said, a warning. Make sure you're being safe out there. These riders, competitors in close quarters, they're ultimately responsible for all of their own well-being out there. And yet, just as the U.S. were caught trying to do an exchange, no fault of their own, just a dangerous, dangerous incident. It also took out one of the Japanese riders who didn't see anything to show that she suffered any injury. It looks like everybody's still here ready to go, and they keep spotting little dents in the track that need some attention. Still one final bit of track work to be done. Now, the Madison in French is called l'américaine, or the American, and that comes from the fact that this was really invented in Madison Square Garden, for Madison Square Garden in New York City. A very popular, once upon a time, very highly attended spectator sport. So people would come out to the Madison Square Garden in New York City, watch some bike racing, and it kind of stuck. And so it's North America's contribution to the world of track cycling. It looks like I see some thumbs up. We could be ready to go, ready to resume. One final look. I'll pointing at some little spots on the track. I think we're ready to go, but it was a regular thing in New York City when this event first started. And for a while, it was a long time just men racing it at the Olympics. It was dropped from the Olympic program briefly, but has recently come back with both men's and women's events, and a lot of fans are happy to see it. And so I might have actually neglected to mention that through all this chaos, there are sprint points as well. Every 10 laps, points are given to the first couple teams over the line, but we will get there when we get there. Right now, 117 laps to go. Teams forming back up. And we are back underway here in Milton. More from the crowd in acknowledgement. It's the team from Czechia leading the way. They are going to make a swing around the corner there. It's Kristina Burlova now in front. Followed closely behind. You see the bright pink helmets. Those are the German riders. Very easy to spot if you're looking for your teammate amid this hectic situation on the track. A lot of times the exchange is timed so that riders can get in just in time for the sprint point. You put the rider you want to sprint out for the points. And Great Britain hits the front. And that is Katie Archibald. Coming up to our first sprint point in just a few laps. There's an exchange by the world champions. As Lotta Kopecky enters the conversation. Now the pressure ratchets up. You feel a little bit more tension as we come down to 2 laps to go for the first sprint point. And leading the way is Alice Sharp of Ireland. Mia Evans into the race and immediately starts to drive the tempo. She moves to the front just as we hit the bell lap, and right behind them, that is Lily Williams of the United States. 4th place in the team pursuit yesterday, and it's going to be Great Britain getting the first sprint point. Mia Evans followed by Lily Williams. And the Dutch get 2, and Belgium 1.5321. The last sprint, it's double points, just because we like to add an extra wrinkle to things here. Still a long way to go before we have to worry about that. And the US still driving the tempo after that first sprint point. Pretty strong pair at the front, Jennifer Valente and Katie Archibald. If they get away, look out. You know they're going to be eyeing a lap and picking up 20 very big points. That is the Dutch joining them, adding yet more strength to the possible breakaway. Micah van der Duin. When it's all single file like that, you know the tempo is really quite high. There's a little bit of exposed skin for Valente from where her kit tore from that collision, and there's Williams now into the races. The Brits also making an exchange. 5 laps to go until our second sprint point. Still the elite right at the front. I haven't even mentioned that Elisa Balsamo's right there for Italy as well. Some of the smaller teams, not so much up at the standard of our leaders here, are starting to lose contact a little bit. And then, of course, the more tired you get into the race, the more you have to be alert and keep an eye out for what's going on around you, because you always have a dangerous potential if you lose concentration for a moment and then you find yourself on the track. That is the Belgian team, Shelley Bossuet leading the way. She has Martina Fidanza right behind her, and that's Poland. One of the Pikulik sisters in third wheel right now. There is the bell for our second sprint point. This one's being led out by Belgium. And they made the exchange to have Lotta Kopecky leading things out for the sprint. And it's Kopecky coming up to take 5 points. It's going to be close. They closed it up a little bit. Fidanza brought it on late. And Vanderduin as well, but I think that is 5 points. We'll wait confirmation as always, and there it is. 5 for Belgium, and then we'll see the quick readjusting on the graphics right next to you there. Belgium leading the way. Britain did not get any points, and I believe we have another crash. I missed that one entirely on the far side. And it's the United States down again. And this time, though, it's Lily Williams. So both Americans have hit the deck. Valente is still going, so she'll just have to stay in. She'll be without a teammate, essentially, but if you're Lily Williams, you want your bike checked out, you want them to be given the green light. So I believe Ireland was also involved there. And there is Williams back on the bike. Up to speed. She doesn't look too worse for wear. She looks like she will be able to keep going here. Valente wanting her to be ready as soon as possible because she's done quite a few laps. Fortunately, if you're the Americans, there's been a regrouping and it's a bunch there. And so they're not exactly at full speed. Valente still flying the flag for the US. A lot of weaving around riders who are not racing at the moment. As we come up, we're down to 94 laps to go. 4 laps until our next sprint point. Franziska Brauser for Germany leading the way right now. She's teamed with Leolin Teutenberg. I just mentioned Tim Thorn Teutenberg winning the tempo race in the Omnium a few moments ago. There's always a movement. The closer we get to the sprint points, the teams form up, get in their position that they want to ahead of the next sprint. They get the riders they want. Right now, on a bit of a flyer, Elisa Balsamo. And that is a dangerous rider going on the attack, quickly recognized by Great Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Poland, all trying to chase it back. There's the bell. Balsamo swings Fidanza into the race. She's being chased down by Nia Evans. Right now it's Fidanza. They're weaving around one of the riders who's not in the action, but still somehow Fidanza, that's a way to pick up 5 points. And now they've just decided to keep it going. Italy, Great Britain, and Belgium, there are your points confirmations. Italy picking up full points, moving into second place. And now these teams have now decided, let's go. And that is a very strong group of riders, an already fractured peloton all over the track here. The US now chasing back on, recognizing the danger. That's Valente. Excellent work by her to close things down and rejoin that elite group. There's certain teams you obviously want to mark. So it's really the heads of state leading the way down the backside, all working together. They know where their closest rivals are. I mentioned the concentration you have to have in this race. Let's see who's there. It's still the Italians, the Netherlands are there, the US, despite both riders having crashed, are still near the front. Poland, Great Britain. And it looks like that last crash involved Japan, and they've decided to call it a day. They can't finish this one. They're listed as DNF. Brazil has also been pulled from this one. They're listed as a DNF as well. They'd already lost a lap. It's Great Britain leading the way, counting down 3 laps. The Olympic champions, well, half of them anyway, Katie Archibald, but when you have Nia Evans who can step in, this Great British team, strength in depth. There is confirmation of Brazil pulling out. Come up 82 laps, counting down to another sprint point. Great Britain decides to bring Katie Archibald into the fray. She's followed by Daria Pikulik and Micah Vanderduin, and it's Archibald leading things around the turn of Vanderduin, trying to get around her, and she does, and it's going to be the Netherlands taking maximum points. Great Britain second, Poland in third. See the readjustment of the rankings shortly. They always move things around for us because, yes, this is somewhat of a confusing race to follow, if you didn't see that already. Now 2 teams tied on 10 points, Great Britain and the Netherlands. Belgium on 9, currently sitting in the bronze medal position. Micah Vanderduin with the late burst of speed. 21 years old, she rides for Canyon SRAM on the road. .77 laps to go, and now it's Belgium sitting in the bronze medal position currently. Coming up around the Rakuten K-Dreams team, and there is a bit of a move off the front. Another dangerous one, Franziska Brause of Germany, upping the tempo once again, really starting to string things out. So it sort of ebbs and flows in this race. So when it slows down, they all kind of bunch up and get back together a little bit, and then someone decides to go and see who they can drop, who's going to come with them, and that's when it strings back out again. It looks like they're coming up to some lapped riders here. And amid the chaos, there's always the suspicion that a team could use the traffic on the track to launch an attack of their own. So far right now, though, it's still Germany leading the way. That's Leolin Teutenberg. A bright pink helmet. And our officials are pointing to Uzbekistan. They'd already been lapped once. Now we're picking things up as before you know it, it's another sprint point and another injection of enthusiasm, another injection of pace. The Belgians are going to make a switch, as are the Brits. And not far behind, the United States and Jennifer Valente. It's really those 3 right now for the points. Looks like Germany trying to pick up those 4th place points. And coming around, it's Archibald right behind, and it's going to be Lotta Kopecky, I believe, taking full points for Belgium.
That was Kopecky, so Kopecky for Belgium in Rainbow Stripes there.
There it is.
Followed by Evans from UK, or from Great Britain, and Jennifer Valente.
Kopecky, the great Lotta Kopecky on the road. I believe she had aspirations of winning Paris-Roubaix not too long ago, but all undone by what is now a Canadian cycling hero, Allison Jackson, picking up that shock win in Paris-Roubaix. Jackson's now actually racing Pan American Championships on the road, I believe, and Kopecky's here. And they bunch back up again as the chess game continues. Nobody's really wanting to try to gap their closest rivals. It's all still the elite riders, the heads of state, all near the front, keeping an eye on each other.
Our British rider with the
I mentioned those hand slings. There's a good look at them. I mean, it's a skill. It is such a talent to be able to do that. You're keeping your own self level. You have riders around you, and then you're swinging a teammate into action. And so this event just has so many things to worry about. And then on top of that, there's the points thing you have to consider. And so, yeah, roller derby on bikes, certainly. Now a bit more sedentary. They bunch back up again. A couple other teams are formed into the group here. Ireland on the front. I mentioned they do a lot of their team training in Mallorca. Coming soon, though, their own national training center on the Emerald Isle. And it's Alice Sharp on the front for Ireland there. There's a good arm sling by the Netherlands. Micah van der Duyn back into the fray, and on cue, the bell for another sprint point, shaping things up. Poland in the middle of a sprint, they decide to make a change as well, and it's Italy moving to the front, but once again, here come the Dutch. It's van der Duyn bringing another sprint, but Italy's going to hang on and take this one. Martina Fidanza gets full points for the Italians. And her sprint done. She, not a bad option when you have Elisa Balsamo to swing into action. And we'll have the reshuffling now, and look at that. 14 points, Belgium, 3 teams on 13. So very much all to play for as we're halfway through this race. The confirmation results of sprint 6, halfway there. And now they ease back off the gas just a little bit. And this is when you start sort of looking around. We're halfway through the race. Maybe looking for the body language of the opponent. And whoops, that's not how it was supposed to be. You reach out, and the Swiss were trying to make a sling, but that was Katie Archibald coming through. It's not just chaos for the spectators. If you're down there actually racing, I'm sure there's a lot going on. And now Ireland making a sling. And as I mentioned earlier, as the laps tick down, the legs start to hurt a little bit more. You get a little more tired. The mental fatigue comes into play. And each mistake, each little action is that much more important. It's Great Britain on the front right now. Nia Evans leading the way, right on her tail, the rainbow bands of Lotte Kopecky. Kopecky took some time out before this to relax a little bit. She went down to Lake Ontario. And maybe a pretty good idea, calm blue ocean or calm blue lake, to relax a little bit before it gets a little bit hectic. Now it's Germany leading the way. 4 teams still very much in the hunt. And that's Balsamo hitting the front. She speeds things up. We are going to come up to hear another bell. She has a little bit of a gap here. Germany trying to chase things. Great Britain also trying to close in behind. And there's the sling, and once again, Martina Fidanza trying to pick up another 5 points, being followed closely behind by Germany, and it's Fidanza with enough of an advantage. They'll get full points once again, and Alea Lynn Teutenberg will get second. And it's Rakuten K-Dreams picking up third, and the Netherlands in fourth. So another reshuffle of the leaderboard as Italy pads their lead a little bit. They're up to 18. the Netherlands and Belgium both on 14. Great Britain, 13. And we still have 49 laps to go. And then, of course, the all-important sprint at the end. Rakuten K-Dreams team, the Japanese trade team, they've just been able to hang around. Haven't really picked up many points, but they're quietly putting in a good race. Just recapping the top three there. Italy leading the way after picking up maximum points the last two sprints, 18. That's them in blue, the Azzurri. And Belgium there with the rainbow bands, currently tied in second with the Netherlands right on their wheel on the track and tied in the standings. Great Britain, though, also on 13. Here's a look at Great Britain. Katie Archibald. And another good look at how you're supposed to do the sling. Smooth, not interrupting the stride at all. And the more you follow this, the least likely it looks like someone's going to try to take a lap. Looks like each sprint point is going to be important. And if someone does decide to go for the 20 points, try to throw caution to the wind and burn a few matches to try to get that extra lap, that would really just throw a grenade into the leaderboard, and then we would just see everything change. Regroupment of the leaders. Of course, some of those teams are also down a lap, but they can still take part in the sprint points if they get to that point. Now it's the Dutch on the front. Now the Belgians, Kopecky tries to go around. She, as I mentioned, just as I mentioned, the potential for 20 points. There's a bit of a fracture now. Kopecky injecting some pace into this race as we hear the bell. And it's Shari Bossuet, the Low Countries working together. Vanderduin on her tail, Poland not far behind. And it's going to be, it looks like the Dutch take that one, and will they just keep going or will they sit up and reform? It looks like the teams that missed out on that are closing the gap. There's a change, there's the update, and now it's the Dutch moving back on top on 19 points. Italy 18, Belgium 17, Great Britain losing a little bit of contact in 13th place. Sensing that the chance at the podium is potentially fading away, Great Britain decides to go. Nia Evans. And Martina Fidanza right with her. This is making things very interesting now. Belgium sort of caught in the middle of the groups. Do you chase it or do you wait and try to chase them down as a group? Right now, Great Britain and Italy off on a flyer. Still a long, long way until the next sprint opportunity, and so there's a whole lot that's going to change, and it looks like Belgium is closing in, and if those three get together, that's a strong group of riders. We would not discount getting 20 points, and the Belgians having to improvise there, changing arms for their arm sling, and in the end, it's just sort of a push. They didn't really get the sling they wanted, but so long as they make contact, they can make that change. Although that sort of hampered their momentum a little bit, and Great Britain and Italy padding to their lead. We'll see if they start working together. Archibald allows Italy to make their exchange. Martina Fidanza and Belgium decide to put their foot back on the gas, and it's Kopecky closing things down. You get a group of three strong riders. Watch out. Now we close in on the sprint point. It's Evans and it's Fidanza. We are going to see 32 laps to go when they come around. And now Belgium has them in their sights. It's Kopecky, very, very strong rider. on the road and on the track, and she successfully makes the bridge. Now it's 3 teams. Now the quest for a lap is very much on. There's the bell. They have almost the whole straightaway, if not already. Now Britain, Great Britain going for a full 5 points. They need them to get back onto the podium, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Katie Archibald with 5. It looks like Belgium gets second. We'll see how things shake out. We'll see the updated standings. There it is. Great Britain with 5. Belgium with 3, and there is another crash. We were unable to miss, and I believe that's the Dutch who are down. Updating the standings, Italy and Belgium on 20, Netherlands on 19, Great Britain on 18, still in 4th. Now it's just 1 point. Ireland have a rider down again. Have about 6 eyes to follow these races. Looks like everybody's okay. Oh, while all that's going on, the race is still going on, and it looks like Nia Evans off the front and his 20 coming their way. A round of applause, and the standings are about to get a big shakeup here. Confirmation of the 20. Now they move into the gold medal position, but Italy and Belgium also in the hunt for 20 points. And you see there's 26 laps to go. If you're Great Britain, you could have waited until the next sprint and get 5 points before you get 20, but instead with so far to go before the next sprint point, get the 20 now and then try to start winning those sprint points again. So Great Britain atop the standings, 38. Italy and Belgium, they are close to 20 points, but at the moment, they are still in 2nd and 3rd. The Netherlands, after just suffering a crash, they're down to 4th place. And Italy makes the catch. And here comes 20 points for them. And they move into the gold medal position. They're now on 40, Great Britain on 38, and Belgium on 20, but stand by. Things could change in a matter of seconds. And I believe, there you go. Belgium now on 40, tied with Italy. Great Britain 38. That could be your podium. It's just a matter of finding out who's going to finish where. And we have another sprint point coming up, and it's Great Britain moving to the front once again, sensing an opportunity to move back atop the standings. There's the bell. There's the increase in pace. Belgium coming around. It's Shari Bossuet. They want 5 points. Tired legs from Nia Evans. She's trying to hang in to pick up something. But it's Belgium who's going to get 5. It looks like Germany in line ahead of the United States. Wait for the adjustment, and Belgium might be moving back alone in 1st place. There's 5 points. They're now on 45. Italy down to 2nd on 40. Great Britain in 3rd. The USA is up to 5th. Germany in 7th. Those are your points winners, your top 3 from the last sprint. 2 sprints to go. Now Great Britain still seeing a gold medal possibility, trying to go on the attack, but that attack is quickly snuffed out by the Belgians. And instead of trying to force the issue, it's the better part of valor to sit up and wait for their moment. The Dutch are back in there, but their podium opportunities could have fallen by the wayside now. Down to 16 laps, and again, just looking at the traffic around them and trying to stay focused on their own race at hand. Tremendous mental composure by these athletes to just stay on the track. And Nia Evans looking around. She's from the Glasgow area, so she certainly would love to be racing at home later on this summer. The 32-year-old. Review of the top three. Belgium 45, Italy on 40, Great Britain on 39. Coming up to see 13 laps to go, 2 more sprint points, including the all-important one at the end. And still, we don't know what the final podium is going to look like. There is Elisa Balsamo, wanting to get 5 points back. But Belgium closely watching them. The top 2 followed by Great Britain, who's not done yet in the gold medal fight. And here we go, the penultimate sprint point. Great Britain leading things right now. They're going to make an exchange. Smooth as you like. Nia Evans into the frame. She's leading things around the corner. But look out, here comes Belgium on the inside, Poland on the outside. It's going to be Poland, I believe, taking maximum points. Playing a little bit of spoiler. We'll wait official confirmation of that as well. And there it is, Poland, Great Britain, Belgium, and Italy. And the quick addition, Belgium on 47, Great Britain up into second on 42, and Italy on 41. And so 1 sprint point left to go, 9 laps. The podium all but decided. Now we just see who is going to finish there, where. 6 points between first and third. So you're going to want to watch those highlighter yellow helmets of Great Britain with the white kit, the Azzurri of Italy, and the rainbow bands of Belgium, the world champions. Counting down 7 laps. Now it's just a lot of staring. I'm not sure if anybody's going to, it's either foolish or brave to try to launch an attack right now. If you're one of the top 3, you might just be keeping an eye on those around you, making sure you're in a good position to win the sprint. Of course, the other teams, well, they would like a high finish as well, and would like to pick up some points on the final sprint. Right now, though, Italy and Belgium right there. Great Britain not far behind, but there are some other teams there. And it's the Germans moving safely to the front to try to launch a bit of an attack. They make the sling. And now they go off the front. If the riders weren't already tired enough, some of them might be doing math. How long, if Germany takes full points, how many do I get if I get second? And do I chase this down? It's ultimately a tough decision to make, but right now, Germany looking like they could win the final sprint. Poland trying to get some late points as well. They just did in the last sprint, the Pikulik sisters. And Great Britain upping the tempo with Belgium not far behind. Italy a bit out of place right now as they look for silver or perhaps gold. And here comes the bell. Germany leading the way, but there is the race for gold. Great Britain and Belgium leading the pack sprint. Italy trying to close things up a little bit. It's going to be Germany taking the final sprint. The first team over the line is going to be Belgium taking second. The United States third in this sprint point. Great Britain fourth, and fifth to Italy. A fist pump from Belgium. The world champions are victorious here in Milton. And after the latest movement there, Belgium on 53 points, Great Britain on 44, Italy bronze on 41. Ultimately, that move to take the lap proves decisive. living up to those rainbow bands around their body. Belgium on a high, heading into their title defense this summer in Glasgow. That race had just about everything. Crashes, track repairs, and there's still some work that needs to be done on the track. A whole lot of stuff we didn't see, because like I said, you need about 6 eyes to fully grasp what's going on the track, but that was a pretty fun Madison. There will be another little pause here, as I mentioned, to break out the sandpaper and the dustpan to get the track back up to racing shape. There are our winners, all smiles from the Belgians. There's Nia Evans, Great Britain taking silver. And the Azzurri, Italy takes bronze. And that is a look at Martina Fidanza getting a hug from Elisa Balsamo. Your top 3, once again, Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. Once the track is repaired, we'll return to something a little bit shorter. There's confirmation of the results. 53 points for the Belgians, Great Britain on 44, Italy on 41. The Netherlands not able to keep up when they took a lap, and then they were involved in a late crash, which sort of spoiled their chances for medal. Fortunately for them, I believe everyone is okay. Later on to get their medals, well-earned medals after an event like that. Let's look at the track. It's taken its lumps so far this weekend. A few crashes, fortunately none of them have been that severe. To run through what we still have left. The women's sprint finals, the men's Omnium have 2 more races, the elimination and the points race. And then there are the keirin finals, and then we'll see all those athletes again, the ones who win their medals. Not a bad crowd here in Milton for a Saturday night. I believe the hockey team is playing. It's playoffs time, but I don't think the Maple Leafs, the local team, are in the playoffs, but I don't think they're in Toronto. But even then, while the local hockey team is in the playoffs, a good crowd to turn out and watch some elite track cycling here in Milton. They seem to be enjoying themselves down on the infield. eating the food there. That is Lucas Makowski, who, as I mentioned, former speed skater. These are all former athletes. The Canadian Olympic Committee meeting this weekend, and they bring in their former athletes and gold medal winners. And Makowski came in from Calgary. The long track speed skaters are based. Calgary in Alberta, for those of you not familiar with Canadian geography. Just up the road, a couple hours in Edmonton, a new velodrome is under construction. I believe it's slated to be open in 2025. And that would bring another indoor velodrome to Canada. This one opened in time for the 2015 Pan American Games. The new one has opened in Bromont, Quebec, not far from Montreal. And then Edmonton, the home of another facility. And so Canada on the rise in this sport, looking to add to the next generations of talent. There's a young fan, and that is a very vintage Canadian road cycling jersey. I think that's 90s vintage. I believe it's older than the child. Fans enjoying things so far. Catching their breath a little bit from the Madison. The track repairs are still going on. They want to be extra careful because that it took a bit of a beating in that last race. A lot of Mexican fans, of course. Toronto, the GTA, is a very diverse area. People from all over the world now call this region home. Sprinters are waiting their chance to get back onto the track for the medals. There's the high-tech equipment used to keep the track in top shape, the broom and the dustpan, and there's the sandpaper. Here's a replay of the race. Some of the exchanges that were made. Just always watch the traffic that's going on, so the presence of mind to stay focused during this race. And when you're the world champions, you've not only won this race against elite riders once, you've won obviously several times. And so in a race with so many variables, to win regularly takes a certain level of skill, and the Belgians have it in spades. Facility, still approaching 10 years of age, and it still looks very nice. And it claims now Olympic champions Kelsey Mitchell, world champions Dylan Bibic, and shows the possibility of what happens when you set up these projects. That is quite the chunk taken out of this track. This is Donovan Grandin. Grandin in the Omnium waiting for things to resume. Those were some tidy chunks. That's going to take some work. There's Kelsey Mitchell, all smiles as always. A very gregarious personality. Other riders deciding to stay focused. Martha Bayona thinking about what's to come. Getting inside her own head. Interesting, the gold medal rivals on opposite ends of the bench. The race for bronze, sitting side by side. giving it a bit of a festive atmosphere in here. Keeps the music playing, keeps the fans smiling. There's Bayona. We'll see her coming up in that gold medal sprint race. Race 1. And we are good to go. And the crowd goes wild as the track is cleared to resume action. Men's sprint finals coming up. The bronze medal race first, race 1. There are your finals for bronze first. Nikki de Grendele from Belgium and Luz Daniela Gathiola from Mexico. And that's de Grendele in the instantly recognizable light blue of Belgium. They've had that same design on a kit for, well, as long as I can remember. And it's one of the most eye-catching kits in cycling. You recognize it right away, so don't mess with it. Gathiola, Sprint Pan Am champion, 2017-2018. The 30-year-old. There's de Grendele, 26, from Nokke Heist. 2018 keirin world champion. And about ready to resume. There's the whistle. Gathiola takes us away. We saw in the second race of the semifinal, Gathiola going to the track stand with Bayona. In the end, she won the track stand, but lost the race. Now she goes all the way up onto the track. We're gonna do it again. Gathiola does not like leading it out, it seems. There's the double gun. That you can't go backwards at all once you reach the track stand. You have to keep the momentum going forwards. It's either go forward or stop. You cannot go back. Get another look at this, and they're going to have to do this one again. There's a look. Gathiola. I think she might have moved back there a little bit. And our commissaire said, nope, we're going to do this one again. The track stand may have actually started a little bit too early. It can't happen that early on in the race. Down at the far end of the straightaway instead of closer to the beginning. But regardless, we will give this one another go. There's the talk to Gathiola. Whistle. We'll try this one again. Race 1. And once again, off to what can best be described as a walking pace. This is par for the course in match sprinting. The tension builds the closer we get to the finish until it all just gets released in one go. To stay down on the blue there.
So Mexico has received a warning
for the moment. Gathiola just trying to slow things down again. She still keeps her forward progress. But either this is her own personal taste or she's studied her opponents and says, I'm better from behind against the likes of Nikki de Grendele. And there we go.
So half a lap done, so
now that they get over that line, track stand away.
So Gaishola from Mexico, the white and green.
And there it is again. And de Grendela now decides to go forward. See if she takes a page out of Bayona's book and just decides to take it out early. Still a long way to go for that happens, but Gathieola's 2-0 in track stands anyway. Grendela, 2022 national keirin champion as well. Now she picks up the tempo with about a lap and a half to go. Now Gathieola decides to hit the front, forcing de Grendela way up high. They're side by side just about as they come up to the bell. Gathieola with a small lead, de Grendela though right into that slipstream. She's going to enjoy the draft. We know she has a very good late kick. Here comes de Grendela trying to get around. She still has a ways to go around to close things up. It's Gathieola holding her up for now. It brings it to the line. And it's Gathieola just doing enough. Nicely finished off that time. Another late charge by de Grendela. Just coming up short. 1-0 to Mexico in the race for bronze. Of course, best 2 of 3. And getting up onto the track, it's the race the home crowd is happy to see. First, we'll take a look at the race that we just saw. Gathieola this time winning the track stand and the race. She eventually moved back in front and then fended off the late attack. Now on the track, Canada's Kelsey Mitchell. She turns 30 in November. '22 Pan American champion in the sprint and in the keirin. Commonwealth Games silver in the sprint last year as well. And there's Martha Bayona. She got into cycling at a very young age, started at age 8. I mentioned that Champions League keirin win in Mallorca in 2022. There's the ovation for Mitchell. Home support packed in around that start-finish line. This time, it's Mitchell leading things out. She seems pretty comfortable doing that so far. Would love nothing better than to come away wrapping up the Nations Cup with a gold medal at home. Bayona, the 27-year-old. She's from Bucaramanga, Colombia. Mitchell's story, she was a soccer player and took part in this sort of an athlete ID event to sort of see if people might fit with the sport. Mitchell fit with track cycling, and it's ended up with Olympic gold. Watching Bayona. Track stand here. Now Bayona upping the tempo. Mitchell preserving that inside line. They just about go shoulder to shoulder. Coming up to the straight. There is the bell. Bayona trying to get around Mitchell. Around the turn, side by side they go. Bayona able to inch ahead just a little bit, but Mitchell has the inside line. Will she be able to hold her off? She's going to bring it to the line. Bayona trying to close it, and Mitchell's going to take race 1. 63.380, the average speed. And Kelsey Mitchell, 1 lit race away from another gold medal. We'll see them for the second races in just a few minutes. Turn our attention back to the Omnium as the 24 men come out on the track for their next race. Wonder how the endurance riders who do 4 events look at the track sprinters who just do a couple of laps. There's 2 completely different sorts of events, 2 completely different sorts of body types. There's a replay by Iona trying to go around the outside. She launched her attack early. Mitchell able to resist and keep that inside line. And she just carried it home to the finish. And the Albertan, 1 race away from gold.
We're going to hear a bell every 2 laps. We're going to be on a sprint. The last rider across the line will be eliminated. So we do this until we go through the entire field, basically. So that's all there is to it. This is the elimination.
Here we are. Ready for the elimination race, Omnium edition. Last night it was the standalone event. No difference really between when it's a standalone and when it's part of the Omnium. The bell will ring every 2 laps. We'll quickly look at the standings first. Stewart 70, Hopazak 66, Teutenberg 64, tied with Yuri Leitao, but then it's all 1s and 2s separating things, so still all to play for here in the men's Omnium. As I was saying, the elimination race, the bell will go every 2 laps. That's the sprint lap. If you're last over the line, you are eliminated. Sebastian Mota, Spain, has had some success. They're 3rd in the elimination in the Champions League in Mallorca in 2012. He's looking to climb back up the standings. There's a look at Mark Stewart. And there is Tim Torn Teutenberg. He's also pretty good in the elimination. He actually finished 3rd in the elimination race here in Milton last year. European champion as well is Teutenberg. He's not wearing that European champion's jersey because this is the Omnium. He's the elimination European champion in the standalone event. But Teutenberg 3rd in the elimination race in Milton for the Nations Cup last year. So he's certainly one to watch. But this race, anything can happen. You get caught in the wrong position at the wrong time. Usually, a lot of times, when you're on the inside line and you kind of get boxed in, there's a late surge around the outside and you find yourself last over the line. So prepare for the unexpected in this. So you can say that about any of these races, really. But this one in particular, you never know. There's a look at Hopazak. He finished 4th in Jakarta in the Omnium. The province of South Holland, and I won't get into the explanation of how Holland is the Netherlands, but not all the Netherlands is Holland, so there are videos out there to explain it. Yuri Leitao, Champions League elimination race winner in London last year. The first lap, we're going to get form up. And then the gun will fire, and then we will officially be off. So we will not get the bell this lap, we will get the gun.
This is the men's elimination race, the 3rd of 4 events.
And it's Stewart, the overall leader right now, leading the field around. There's the gun. Reminder, this lap now will be the bell lap, so nobody will be eliminated just yet. And there is the bell. Two riders dangerously already near the back. Gustav Johansson from Sweden finding a tough place to find an opening. He looks up the inside and he might have just saved himself. Indeed, I believe that is the case. Daniel Christa from Romania has been eliminated. And before you have a chance to draw breath, another bell again. So we get set up for another elimination. And once again, right near the back, it's Johansson. We saw yesterday, being at the back was not always the end of the world, and this time, it's Colby Lang, Cheney Windows and Doors, the American. Had a good race in the scratch race. Finds himself eliminated early here. Another bell. So long as you avoid finishing last, you can breathe again. Gustav Johansson, 23 years old from Sweden, pardon me, looking like he survives another elimination. That is Bertold Driver, the 19-year-old from Hungary, who we bid a fond farewell to. We'll see him, I'm sure, lots over the coming years. There's the bell again, another elimination. Three riders there, Hong Kong, China, Mexico, and Sweden trying to avoid elimination. And this time, 26, that's Hong Kong, China. That's Xin Yin Mao from Hong Kong, eliminated. And still, gotta be impressed with the last gasp efforts for Gustav Johansson. He's been just sitting near the back that entire time. The 23-year-old from Sweden, counting his lucky stars, and he avoids elimination once again. This time, Ricardo Pena.
36, Mexico has been eliminated. 36.
He's sitting at the back. When you do sit in the rear, you do get to watch the race unfold in front of you. That's essentially what happened in the women's race last night. You see the ebbs and the flows, and you find the openings to just stay alive for that other little bit. The other danger is you're maybe wasting a little bit more energy continually trying to stay ahead of a rider in front of you. And that's Jan Vonish, this time eliminated from Czechia. The 23-year-old finishes 19th here. Here we go with another sprint point. I'm always keeping my eyes on Mr. Johansson, gritting his teeth. He's taking the inside line now. He's drifting a little bit more. He's shown a great ability to stay alive so far. He finds the opening on the inside, but will it lead to him staying alive? I believe so. Oh, he finally does. The lights have gone out for Gustav Johansson. Another elimination lap coming up, and now, after staving off elimination, Juan Arango of Colombia near the back, he makes a move on the outside. And this time, looks like it's our rider from Austria, Tim Waffler. An Austrian program. I think there's one velodrome in Austria, and it's an outdoor facility in Linz. We used to have one in Vienna that's no longer operational, so the program is sort of a vagabond. They train a little bit all over the place. Now things are really starting to pick up. It's really concentrated at the back. It's going to be tough to pick one eliminated. And it's Claudio Imhoff, 32-year-old from Switzerland, is the next to go. And now our overall leader, Mark Stewart, dangerously near the back. He has spent a lot of energy in the last two races. But he's starting to feel the legs burn a little bit more. He's making the move now. He's got a lot of work to do to close it up, and he might just stay alive. It is close.
Number 12.
And it is our Colombian Juan Arango, 36-year-old, has been eliminated. And Stewart now, the heart was racing a little bit harder than I think he wanted it to be, and he's decided to move forward. Hopazak near the back now, deciding to come forward. Grandin also there. So might see a bigger name eliminated, and it's Hopazak battling to stay in. Is he able to do it?
Number 7, Beat Cycling Club.
And it is, in fact, Vincent Hopazak,
Has been eliminated.
finishing in 14th place. The next to go. Now our European champion from 2021, Alan Banashek, near the back. Had a very good scratch race, one of the 4 riders to pick up a lap. Now he decides to move forward a little bit. He might have just saved himself here. And that is, in fact, the case. Kelland O'Brien, 24-year-old, the Jaco Alula rider,
Has been eliminated.
on the road. He's now been eliminated. He'll finish in 13th. He's really starting to heat up. One of the riders still in the saddle, so it's not looking like they're at full sprint, but they are hurting right now, I promise you that. And we see a rider drift off the back saying, that's it for me. For Venezuelan rider Clever Jose Martinez.
Venezuela has been eliminated.
This comes a point where the lights go out, as they say, and you have nothing left. You make the call to the engine room, and you have no more energy left to burn. Stewart near the back once again, as is Banashek, as is Leitao. So some big names there near the back. It's going to be interesting as we come up. And it is Leitao. He tried a last-second bike throw.
Portugal. 40. Portugal
Is the next to go. He'll finish 11th in this race, down to the final 10. Near the back, Sebastian Mora, the 35-year-old, moving forward. Mark Stewart also a little bit in danger there. The Bridgestone rider Naoki Kojima also in trouble, and it is Banashek.
Number 39, Poland. 39.
He's
Poland
looking
has
away,
been
and a
eliminated.
little bit of incidental contact. And Mora comfortably on the front. The less you say someone's name, the better, as they're probably in a good position. Jan Willem van Schip also right there. Grandin there. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, and this time it's the Bridgestone rider, Naoki Kojima.
Team Bridgestone Cycling. Number 9, Team Bridgestone Cycling has been eliminated.
Down to 8. Another bell. Mark Stewart, sensing some danger, decides to move forward, and it looks like this could be the end of Kuboki, but he found a little bit more, gets around the outside. He was just a little bit of gap off the back. Corbin Strong trying to stay in, and it's Gavin Hoover.
Number 47, United States. 47,
The next to go, he raced the elimination last night. Admirable 8th place here by the man from New York. Stewart has been in trouble a little bit. He's in trouble again off the back, but looks like he's finding something in reserve to get out of danger. He's putting Mora in trouble, but we'll see how things play out as we approach the line. And it's Sebastian Mora, the next to go.
19, Spain. España has been eliminated.
Man who was bronze medal in the Omnium in Jakarta, 5th in Cairo. Will have a 7th to add to his tally in the Omnium here. Another sprint lap, down to 6. Very compact. Now it really comes down to positioning as much as anything else. If you get boxed in on the inside, you could be in trouble, and that's exactly what was happening a little bit here with Kazushige Kuboki, the 33-year-old. Throws his hand up a little bit, and then he just said, I had nowhere to go, and he found himself boxed in. We'll see him again in the points race. To 5. Grandin, then Ship. Stewart. Corbin Strong now in trouble. He's trying to get out of the saddle. There is a gap. You're feeling less of the draft. The legs hurt a little bit more, and Corbin Strong, I don't think he's going to have enough room. And it is Corbin Strong the next to go. 22-year-old. We're down to 4. Tim Thorn-Teutenberg of Germany making a move. Oh, and he and Grandin, a little bit of a sides there. A little bit of a bump of the shoulders. They're both all safely in contention there. Stewart might have nowhere to go. Stewart is in trouble, and he says, yep, that's it for me. Down to our final 3. Jan Willem van Schip, Donovan Grandin, and Tim Thorn-Teutenberg. There is the bell. We have our Elite 3. And that might be it for Teutenberg. He sits up. Teutenberg, the winner of the tempo race, will be settling for 3rd in the elimination. And now it's 2. It's Grandin now. He ups the tempo. The Arkea Samsic rider decides to try to test things out. Let's see what response Jan Willem van Schip has. He doesn't have much left, and it looks like it's going to be a victory lap for Donovan Grandin. Unless Van Schip can make something really dramatic happen. Doesn't look like it. And Grandin gets to shake the legs out a little bit, acknowledge his victory, and he will take full points from the elimination race. Jan Willem van Schip, 3rd in the tempo not too long ago, now 2nd in the elimination. And Tim Thorn-Teutenberg won the tempo race, 3rd in the elimination. So that's going to make things interesting in the standings, which we will see updated in just a few moments. Look at our winner. Grandin, just 22 years old. Scratch World Champion in 2021. Euro Omnium Champion in 2022. So see him succeeding on the road and on the track. The man from Réunion. Now they have to actually keep the legs moving. We'll start to feel the lactic burn in. The Omnium winner, confirmation of that, Donovan Grandin. We look back at the race that was just a few moments ago. We will see them shortly. The points race will conclude the evening's proceedings. Unfortunately, there's no track work that needs to be done, so we can quickly press on with the rest of the program. A look at the win. Jan Willem van Schip just had nothing left, no response. You often see riders who have energy in reserve, they decide to say, okay, let's see what you got. When there's just no answer, it's essentially a victory lap around the track. There are the standings. Stewart remains in the lead, 104 points. Grandin up to 2nd, 102. Tim Thorn-Teutenberg with 100. And then not far behind, Jan Willem van Schip with 94. So a lot can happen in the final points race when any point gained goes to those totals in the points race. I'll explain that a bit later on. But it's going to be a grandstand finish in more ways than one in the men's Omnium as Grandin keeps the legs moving. On the track, the women's sprint, the bronze medal race, Luz Daniela Gathiola up 1-0 on Nikki de Grendele from Belgium. There's a look at Gathiola. 17th in Jakarta, 15th in Cairo, and she will look to finish on the podium today. De Grendele, 13th in both the other Nations Cup stops. And this time it's De Grendele who leads us out. We'll see if she opts to favor the track stand as well, to see if she can't get Gathiola in front. If she just decides she wants to lead this one out all by herself.
Gathiola took the win in the first ride, so she takes the win here. She will be your bronze medal winner. Otherwise, De Grendele, you know she's going to do everything she can to send this one into OT.
This one's certainly much quicker. You see the different tactics by the two riders. Gathiola wanting to slow things down from the front. De Grendele saying, let's get this over with, bring it on. 2 laps to go.
Okay, so De Grendele
Weaving up and down the track, up the banking and down. Just trying to shake her up. Gathiola now. She's trying to say, I'd like to hit the front now. De Grendele saying, no, you're not. Now they ramp things up. De Grendele leading things out. Gathiola trying to go on the inside, and it looks like she's done it. She's pulled the fast one over De Grendele. And De Grendele might just be too far for her, and Gathiola, a little bit of trickery to find the opening on the inside, and she takes the bronze medal here in Milton. I'm not sure if that was a tactical mistake by De Grendele, but there was the opening. Gathiola says, I'll take that inside line, I'll take the front, thank you very much. And she will leave Milton with a bronze medal in the individual sprint to go along with team sprint gold for Mexico.
Gathiola, that is her second medal here of the UCI Track Nations Cup. She picked up a gold with the women's team sprint just yesterday.
As Gathiola goes by the start finish, you get a look at the two competitors in the gold medal race. Kelsey Mitchell in front of a home crowd, up 1-0 over Martha Bayona.
Folks, here it is. This is the gold medal matchup.
27, Mitchell 29. The other top Canadian sprinter entered in this one. Lauriane Genet knocked out in the quarterfinals. Mitchell already has a silver from the team sprint yesterday, but she would certainly love to climb atop the podium here tonight. Back at the race, Gathiola takes the opportunity, finds the opening, and is rewarded with bronze.
Representing Maple Leaf, Milton makes the point for Kelsey.
Not to look over, she goes straight down. Small nod, as they say her name. No wave this time. You count on her waving if she wins the race. And this time, it's Bayona leading us out. Pretty quick pace. You can see sometimes they go just above walking speed. So of course you don't want to sprint too far out in advance, otherwise you're exhausted by the time you get to the finish line. So sometimes riders go slow, sometimes riders go a little bit faster. There is a gap between the two right now. Expect that to close right up once we get down to the decisive few moments. Still a good gap though. Mitchell not looking at all worried about it. Bayona deciding to pick things up. Mitchell closing. Now out of the saddle. Now we start to go. Coming up to the start-finish line, Mitchell tries to dive down. Bayona blocks that path. Now Mitchell tries to go around the outside. She's going way up high. I'm not sure if that's too high, but she's now consolidating, closing around the backstretch. She's going to have another go around the outside as they come up to the finish line. Bayona holding her off for now. Here comes Mitchell to the line. And it is Bayona taking this one by 15/100ths of a second. And we will need a decider for gold. Bayona, when the bell came, she was firmly placed on the inside line, and Mitchell might have drifted a bit too high. That just added to the gap that she had to close. She was able to bring it down on the backstretch, but just too much work. I've just gotten a look at the photo, and it is clearly Bayona winning. Mitchell tried to get to the inside. When that didn't work, she went outside. And then to the line. Bayona levels things at 1. Now, the keirin finals, the men's keirin. First, we start with the races for the places, 7th through 12th. Qi Liu, Chengqi Cui, Kevin Quintero. Pardon me, let's just get that up right here. Jai Angtusawit. So they actually did review a race earlier, and Qi Liu was relegated for leaving his line in the final sprint. So we initially thought that he was going to race in the gold medal final, but instead he will race in the 7th to 12th race. So there are 2 Chinese riders in this. Jai Angtusawit, Chengqi Cui, Qi Liu, Kevin Quintero, Mate Bohuslavic, and Santiago Ramirez. There's a look at the Derny. For 3 laps, they will set the pace. Gradually getting faster until it pulls off, and then the riders are released. Derny's still waiting for the green light to go. There's Jai Angtusawit, 28 years old. He's originally from Adelaide in Australia. He was actually the keirin overall winner in the 2018-19 World Cup season. There's the Derny. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that it is an electric bike. They used to be gas-powered, but when we do sport, we're trying to live a healthy lifestyle, and it's probably not terribly healthy if you're a bike rider breathing in exhaust of a motorbike in front of you. So technology saves the day. Keirin, very popular in Japan, very popular gambling sport. Occasionally riders from abroad get to go and take part and really experience a different aspect of the sport. It's Angtusawit in front. They're now allowed to move around and pass around each other, but not so long as they go in front of the Derny. As I mentioned, 3 laps behind the Derny before they get released. And 1 more to go behind the bike. And the race for 7th will be on. It's a little bit strung out. Tissot has a bit of a gap. With Quintero behind him, and we are off. 3 laps to go. We'll see if there are any team tactics from the Chinese. They are both riding line astern around the outside, trying to hit the front. And it is China 1-3 right now. Jai Tissot breaking things up. And it is still the Chinese rider in front, Tissot, trying to make his way around. 7th place is the goal, and it looks like he is going to take this one. Right ahead of the 2 Colombian riders, Quintero and Ramirez. And Qingqi Sui finishing 4th or 10th overall. Mate Bohuslavic 5th in this race, 11th overall, and Xi Liu will look to finish 12th overall. There's a look at our winner, and 7th overall. Obviously would have preferred to be in the gold medal final, but anytime you win a bike race, there should be a little smile on your face. Jai Tissot, the 28-year-old. And that brings us to the gold medal race. All right, as you're just coming out onto the track. Tissot is another one of those riders, just compact power. He's not the tallest rider in the world, but he's just such a strong rider. You can see the size of the legs there. Just a lot of power. Next up, that means the next race is for gold. As we look at the final results here, Tissot, confirmation of the win. Kevin Quintero, Santiago Ramirez, Shui Chenqi, Mate Bohuslavic, and Xi Liu. And there is the start list for the gold medal race. Matthew Gleitzer, Matthew Richardson, Matthias Dornbach from Germany, Nicholas Paul from Trinidad and Tobago, James Hedgecock, the Canadian representing the National Cycling Institute Milton, Jair Chan and Fa of Suriname. They're just waiting for Chun and Fa now, the 29-year-old from Paramaribo, the capital and largest city of Suriname. He's 2017's Suriname Sports Person of the Year. There's Matthew Richardson, part of the victorious team sprint team. There's Jair Chun and Fa. There's Hedgecock, the former BMX rider. 15 months ago. He made the switch full-time to the track and hasn't looked back. There's Matthew Gleitzer, who finished off that Australian team sprint win yesterday, looking for gold medal number 2. Maximilian Dornbach, 27-year-old, and then Nicholas Paul, his Commonwealth Games gold medal last year, and ended a 52-year wait in cycling for Trinidad and Tobago. Nations Cup win in Cali, Colombia as well last year. Strong field, largely wide open. Perhaps a few slight favorites, but anything can happen. The Derny making its way around. And the riders are off. And it's Paul taking up point, right behind the Derny. Dornbach behind him. First of 3 laps, gradually gaining in speed. As the Derny will pull off eventually, and it will be time to drop the hammer. These big gears, these fixed gear bikes. Still no change at the front. Paul and Dornbach and Gleitzer Hedgecock, Jair Chan and Fa, and then Matthew Richardson. Certainly keep an eye on him. And they're bunched up as the Durney pulls off, and it's Dornbach jumping in front. That was very close to passing the Durney, but all is well here. Dornbach leads things out. Here comes Paul all the way around the outside. Richardson, third wheel. Paul deciding it might be his time to hit the front. And it is Paul. The two Aussies chasing him down side by side. As we come up to the bell, still Nicholas Paul. The two riders from Australia breathing down his neck. Jair Chan and Fa. Matthew Hedgecock also right there. And then hitting the front, it's one of the Australian riders coming to the line, pulling away, a chance to celebrate. It's Matthew Richardson taking gold. Gold number 2 for him for Australia. Max Dornbach second, Nicholas Paul takes the bronze. Just raw power, and once he saw that line and the opening, nobody in front of him, Matthew Richardson shifted into overdrive on his one-gear bike and had a chance to celebrate a little bit before crossing the line. Hedgecock, new to the international scene, giving the home fans something to cheer about in 4th place. Your podium, Australia, Germany, Trinidad and Tobago. It's Richardson, Dornbach, and there's Nicholas Paul. Dornbach leading things out as the Durney pulled off. It was Richardson watching him, and then Paul moved to the front. Richardson coming through the middle there. And then from that, he's just too strong. He saw the opening, already clear track behind him, and a celebration. Cool as you like. Whenever you see the commissaires discussing something, you have to wonder if something is afoot, but there are the results. Richardson, Dornbach, Paul, the medals, Hedgecock 4th, Glaetzer 5th, and Jair Chan and Fav Surnam finishing in 6th place. And the final classification, 1 through 10. Australia gets their 2nd gold medal. Matthew Richardson on that team sprint team that won gold last night. He gets his 2nd of the weekend here. There's the classification from all the riders who did the first round and the repechage this morning. We didn't feature in the evening's proceedings. And now, with that out of the way, we still have one more match sprint to come in the women's competition. One race for gold. Mitchell went up 1-0. Bayona leveled proceedings. We know that Luz Danielle Gathiola will win bronze. We know who's going to finish 2nd and 1st. We just need to know the order. There's Mitchell. Just a quick nod at the head as she hears her name. Normally a very strong personality, a gregarious individual, but now it's time to go to work. Mitchell leading this one away. You wonder what the tactics are. You have to wonder what the riders are thinking about in both positions. Plan A, plan B, plan C. If this happens, I do this. If this happens, I do this. And the slower tempos we've had for this gold medal proceeding. Mitchell staying on that lower line, guarding it. Bayona now tucking in a bit behind her. Right down onto the apron. Allowed to use it. Sprint isn't underway yet. Mitchell still looking over the shoulder. Nothing breaking that gaze. Bayona going high. Being marked. Mitchell now out of the saddle. Bayona deciding now is the time. She hits the front. Mitchell now chasing her as they come up to the bell. Bayona leading things around. Mitchell having to chase. There is plenty of work to do. There is a gap. Mitchell now closing things down. She's looking quite composed. She has to get around the long way though. Mitchell bringing this one to the line. Mitchell takes gold at home. Now she acknowledges the home crowd. Now that she knows the gold medal is hers. Wave to the fans. I see some of the Cycling Canada staff up on the railing, giving her a high five. That was match sprinting at its absolute best. Bayona gracious to the Canadian victor. She'll take silver. Well-deserved silver. She made Mitchell work for every bit of this Nations Cup gold medal here in Milton. A kiss to the crowd, and we will see her atop the podium with Canada earning its first gold medal of all of Nations Cup this season. Bayona deciding, let's see if I can surprise her. Mitchell didn't let the gap go out far enough for it to cause her any trouble. She was composed all the way around the back stretch and just raw power, bringing it around that turn and to the line. And the Olympic champion, victorious at home. There's that smile that you are accustomed to seeing. It's never far from her face. And the standings: Mitchell, Bayona, Gathiola, 1, 2, 3. De Grendele just off the podium. Lauriane Genet finishing in 5th. Not able to get out of the quarterfinal. And then on down, there was a lot of racing just to get to this point. There was the qualifier this morning. Won the 16th final, the quarterfinal, and then we started this evening for the decisive races. And now we get to give out some medals.
Femmes. The medals and gifts will be presented by 4-time Olympian, Olympic silver medalist, and Canadian Olympic Committee President Tricia Smith. Les médailles, fleurs et cadeaux seront présentés par quadruple championne olympique, médaillée d'argent olympique et présidente du Comité olympique canadien, Tricia Smith. Winners of the bronze medal, médaille d'argent, l'Italie. Italy. Martina Fidanza et Alissa Balsamo. Winners of the silver medal, médaille d'argent, la Grande-Bretagne, Great Britain.
Katie Archibald and Nia Evans. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Women's Madison Gold Medalists. Les médailles d'or Madison Femmes de la Coupe des Nations Piste UCI Tissot, la Belgique, Belgium. Sherry Bossut and Lotte Kopecky. Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés.
World-class podium at a world-class event. Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy 1 through 3 in a women's Madison race that really had just about everything. It lived up to the reputation of the Madison. It had crashes, it had confusion, it had people all over the track, and in the end, somehow, elite teams find their way to the very top. And the world champions from Belgium picking up yet another win. Lotte Kopecky coming over from a busy road season as well to pick up a gold medal here in Milton, and now we get to hear from the winners.
We're here with our world champions and gold medalists. Tell me, how does it feel to represent the world champions jersey here in Canada?
Yeah, there's no better feeling than winning in this jersey. Yeah, so amazing.
What does this mean for the preparation headed to Glasgow for you? You must have a lot of confidence now.
Yes, also for the Olympics, so yeah, it's cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go indeed. We forget that there's a big world championships coming up, the big super world championships with the entire cycling world just about in Glasgow. And then there's that small measure of getting to Paris next year for Olympic gold, and they want to turn those rainbow bands into Olympic success. But of course, Great Britain, the defending champions, and all the other teams will have different plans. They'll want to break things up. Still a few more medals to be given tonight. But our Omnium racers coming back out on the track. One race to go this evening. And here we are, the Omnium points race. Fourth and final. Of course, the Omnium has had different permutations over the years, sometimes 6 events, sometimes there were some sprint events. Now the one-day event with these 4. Here's the standings after 3. Mark Stewart 104, Donovan Grandin 102, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg 100 points, Jan Willem van Schip 94, Kazushige Kuboki 92, and on down. Very small margins, and in the points race, where any point earned in this race counts towards that overall standing. Expect the unexpected, expect a lot of movement. There will be a lot of changing. Pay attention to the graphics, and we'll be, of course, staying on top of things. But this is where things really start to get fun. There are the riders coming back up. 24 already very tired cyclists. It all started this morning with a points race. And isn't that somewhat symmetrical that it ends with another points race? Except this one, there's a lot more fatigue in those legs. We just did a points race just to get into this select Omnium group of 24 riders. We'll form up once again. The points race, 25 kilometers. Quickly doing the math. Afterwards, these guys will quickly get down. They still have a victory ceremony for the top 3. So afterwards, this race will have medals given out for the men's keirin, the women's sprint. Canadian fans will see their own athlete on the top of the podium, the first one of this weekend, and the first one of the Nations Cup at all. And then the Omnium. And that will wrap things up for tonight. Tomorrow, pretty similar format. A lot of these similar events. Madison, keirin, Omnium, and the sprint, just flipping things. So we'll have the women's Omnium, for example. The men's Madison, which is 200 laps. And so, the points race. I'll probably run this through again, but just to drill it all in now, every 10 laps is a sprint point. First 4 riders get the points. You lap the field, you get 20 points. You get lapped by the field, you lose 20 points. And then the last sprint point, double points as well. Get it, got it, good. You will be tested on this, no. But as I mentioned, any points earned in the points race count towards the points they've already earned. So buckle up, is what I'm saying. Coming back around, getting into position. This usually happens pretty quickly, so we should be ready to go within moments. They know where they're supposed to line up. As always, there will be one kind of form-up lap to get things going. All to play for here. Stewart, Grandin, Teutenberg, Van Schip. But you can start looking all the way down. I mean, if you're Alan Banaszak, who had a great scratch race, he's sitting in 9th place on 80 points. He picks up a lap again, just like he did in the scratch race. He's suddenly, with one small thing, in the bronze medal position and not far away from gold. So building things up to what will hopefully be an exciting culmination to this Omnium and the evening's program. Grandin, Jan Willem Van Schip. There's Corbin Strong. His teammates on Israel Premier Tech will be riding the Liège-Bastogne-Liège monument tomorrow. Gets to ride in climate-controlled comfort here in Milton tonight. There's the whistle. We're off. We'll form up. Next time around, we'll get the gun. And we're going to have to restart because that's not what everybody had in mind, I would imagine. This one. The slow-speed crashes might be the ones that hurt tonight. There's 3 riders down. It's Gavin Hoover. It's Sebastian Mora. And then it's Ricardo Peña. So the riders from the US, Mexico, and Spain. And a bit of discomfort. And it looks like it's Peña and Mora. Let's see what happened here. Tough to see. It was just kind of in the middle. So Mora, the 35-year-old. currently sitting in 10th overall. He has bronze from Jakarta, 5th in Cairo. This might take a few minutes as they assess the wounded. Let's see if they can get back to it. Quick triage situation. Pena looks to be the worst for wear. Shake of the hands by Hoover and Mora. No hard feelings, one would hope, since they'll be in bumping shoulders soon enough, I'm sure. That's the nature of this sport. As I see Gavin Hoover, I feel like I'll remind you, my name is Gavin Day, getting to call the weekend's action here in Milton. It's been a fun one so far. One more day to come. Pena back up on his feet, looks to be okay. They're checking the bike. Expensive pieces of equipment. They do have spare everything. Checking the wheels, look like there might be a quick wheel change. The riders are starting to line back up, so we could be moments away from returning to action. Another quick check of the floor. We'll see if the sandpaper and the dustpan comes out. Looks to be fine for now. There's Condé taking row 1 position. The winner of the elimination race tonight. And Hoover has, I see a little tear in the uniform, so those USA kits tonight are going to need some work done on them. Hoover's got some tears. The women's Madison team have some of their kits torn up a little bit. So break out the needle and thread if you're on the USA side to patch things up. I'm sure they have spares. There's a look. And he'll be feeling that eventually. At this stage, the adrenaline might be numbing things, but he'll be feeling that one in the morning probably. A little bit of track rash. Mora's back in position. We'll see if everyone's there. Indeed they are. Pena's there as well, so everyone involved fit enough to take the start line. Condé and Stewart, row 1. 1-2, leaders of this race. See if everybody gets through the first turn this time. We're all around the first curve. So job 1, put a check in the box there. We'll come around to get the gun, and then the real racing will begin. There it is, we're underway, 100 laps to go. 10 laps until the first sprint point, and already Tim Thorn-Teutenberg on the attack just as he was in the tempo race. This time though, I don't think they're letting him get away. Indeed, that is the case, but already the pace kicks up. And it's Mark Stewart on the front. By this point in the proceedings, the legs are tired, and it's a matter of who can be freshest at this stage. See if anyone tries to go on the attack, or if right now it's just everybody going through and out, taking their turns at the front. It's far from a bunch right now, so not exactly moving slowly. but nobody's breaking away just yet. Kellen O'Brien does his turn. Now here's a move off the front. Jan Willem van Schip is in there. We'll see if it's being marked, and indeed that is the case. Well, it's mostly riders who might also be wanting to make a breakaway. Keep in mind, those lower down the ranks, they still have a lot to fight for. Teams want points for Olympic qualification. As part of the formula for the Grand Olympic qualification, countries' best 2 results in an event from Nations League in a given year. So best 2 out of the 3 go towards the points formula. So it's a small matter of pride, a high standing, and also those pesky points that go towards it. Naoki Kojima on the front. Jan Willem van Schip just sitting in his draft, and there is a fracture now. It's 6 riders with 2 trying to bridge across. Van Schip trying to sneak away. Mark Stewart, though, wise to it, and he's leading the chase from the peloton. Van Schip, that's twice now he's tried to get into a breakaway. Coming up to 2 laps to go before the first sprint point. And now it's Kellen O'Brien. He's trying his luck. This one might find some traction. There's the bell. We'll see if it's actually for the sprint point or if he's actually trying to take a lap. Mora leading the chase. O'Brien seeing his advantage slowly dissipate. He might just be doing enough to take that first sprint point. Here comes Kellen O'Brien of Australia, and the Jaco Ilula rider gets the first points. O'Brien, 24 years old. He'll add 5 to his tally. There you go. Kazushige Kuboki of Japan, 3. Naoki Kojima, 2. And now a reformation. So that sprint was really just for the sprint point. And it's Mora who picked up the 4th sprint now. There's a dangerous one. Hopezak, pardon me. He goes on the attack, and there's some other strong riders. Jan Willem van Schip, Corbin Strong, Tim Thorn Teutenberg. And now Grandin tries to go low behind Naoki Kojima. Everybody alert so far. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be allowed to try to go for a lap just yet. As the fatigue sets in and the mind starts to lose a little bit of focus, we'll see if someone can sneak off the front. Right now, Donovan Grandin is trying his luck, and still maybe half a straightaway. It's Hungary's Bertold Driver leading the pursuit. And that's Teutenberg now going high up, and now they're starting to look amongst themselves in the peloton. And if nobody wants to organize, Grandin will more than happily add to his lead. Hopezak now picking things up, but that slight little bit of hesitation by the peloton has allowed Grandin to escape a little bit. He'll come up to see 3 laps to go before the next sprint. There's that gap right now, about 28 meters on a 250-meter track. 83 laps overall, 3 laps until the next sprint. He's adding it slowly, bit by bit. Usually when people get a lap, they get a huge chunk of the lap early and then inch forward. Grandin is slightly adding to his lead, which means it's not too likely that he'll add that lap and 20 points. That is, if the peloton organizes, which so far, yes and no. There's the bell. Grandin odds on to get the sprint point. Behind him, Corbin Strong, Teutenberg, Stewart. Looking 2, 3, 4 right now, and now the chase is on. Now the gap is coming down. Teutenberg is almost single-handedly pulling back Grandin. He's done enough to get 5. And then over the top, there's a bit of a surprise. Kazushige Kuboki taking 2nd. Corbin Strong gets 3rd, Teutenberg gets 4th. After 2 sprints, 79 laps to go. The final sprint reminder, double points. Jan-Willem van Schip trying his luck again. Kuboki now trying to join the breakaway. 3 riders off the front. It's Kelland O'Brien, Jan-Willem van Schip, and then our Romanian rider, Daniel Christa, sitting at the bottom of the table right now, the 32-year-old. He has a mountains classification jersey from the Tour of Serbia, does Christa. A lot of these riders, these endurance riders, also have road jobs as well. 3 men now. Jan-Willem van Schip among them. He's slipped down to 5th. The current standings, Donovan Grandin, 107. Mark Stewart, 104. Tim Thorn Teutenberg, 101. But look out in 4th place, Kazushige Kuboki. Closing in on a full straight advantage. And if there is the slightest hesitation in the peloton, it looks like they are starting to organize, doing short pulls, really strung out. Teutenberg does his turn at the front. Alan Banaszek, same. There is still about a quarter of a lap, I'll say. The 3 counting down to the next sprint point. Now Stewart. Just saw his lead dissipate. Now that gap is starting to close back down once again. O'Brien trying to hold out. I'm not sure they're going to last 2 more laps. And there is the catch made. And they are looking like they're about to put Gustav Johansson to the sword, give him a lap through valiant effort in the elimination race. Gustav Johansson. And there's the bell. Yuri Leitao leading this one out. Mark Stewart right behind him. And Sebastian Mora in 3rd. Donovan Grandin in 4th. And it's going to be Leitao taking this one. Stewart 2nd, so he'll pull some points back on Donovan Grandin. But Grandin does look like he's picked up, 1 point behind Mora. The readjustment, all the more concentrated at the top. 1 point, the advantage now for Grandin. 108 to 107, Teutenberg not far behind. 101, all to play for. Still 28 points between 1st and 9th. If anyone goes on a flyer, anything is possible. Now it's a big group off the front. And it's Banaszek. We saw him in the scratch race go early, take a lap. He's being followed by Kuboki. Experienced riders. Banaszek 25, Kuboki 33. Mora and Leitao leading the pursuit, but now the 2 frontrunners go up high, sort of holding your hand up and say, okay, we'll wait for you guys. And now it's 7 riders off the front. Things now really starting to string out. Seven riders off the front. Tim Thorn Teutenberg trying to make it 8. Where's Mark Stewart, our 2nd place? Donovan Grandin just looking behind him. They're both sort of in the middle. But if they don't pay attention, they're going to be some guys breathing down their necks in the standings. There's your top 4 on their top left of your screen. 108, 107, 101, and 98. The points. And that gap from this selection of, let's see, 9 riders looks like it's coming down. We will be coming up to another sprint point in about just over 2.5 laps time. There we are. All together once again, another attempted effort snuffed out. And the next time around, we will hear the bell once again. And it's The two men from the Iberian Peninsula on the front, Mora and Leitao, with Kuboki, who's certainly been very much in this race. Now it's Kuboki coming around the outside. He wants to get 5 points to make things all the more interesting, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Kuboki, Leitao, Mark Stewart, and Mora. And that moves Mark Stewart back into first place by, looks like, a single point. Kuboki now up into third place. 103 for the rider from Japan. The performance for Kuboki, the 33-year-old from Ishikawa in Fukushima Prefecture. Now another attempted attack. Grandin, having seen his lead now disappear, joins four other riders in trying to break away. Now Kuboki, he's certainly feeling it. He's got the power in his legs. He's picked up some points, and now he's shutting down pursuit opportunities or breakaway opportunities. His compatriot, Naoki Kojima, the Bridgestone cyclist, doing his turn, and it's three riders. Grandin struggling to maintain contact as Stewart single-handedly tries to pull it back. Stewart's watching Grandin for that gold medal. The gap is just 1 point between the two. And the current riders up front, Vincent Hoppazak, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg, Donovan Grandin, and that's Claudio Imhoff just sitting up and saying, I can't stay with these guys. But it's three very strong men on the front, and Stewart almost relying on other guys to pull it back. I'm not sure what energy is left in Stewart's legs after all this racing. He's now finding himself in the third group on the track. And it's Grandin, Hoppazak, and Teutenberg. But Jan-Willem van Schip now closing things up with his group of riders. I think we're about to see a readjustment of the standings coming up in 2 laps' time. Riders right near the top of the standings. Grandin will lead the lead group around to the bell, the Arkea Samsic rider. Into the sprint lap, Jan-Willem van Schip sitting second wheel. And it's Ricardo Peña sitting third wheel, and Grandin will get 5 points. That's going to shift everything. Grandin moves back atop the standings. 50 laps to go. Stewart now second. Jan-Willem van Schip gets 3 points. Ricardo Peña 2, and Vincent Hoppazak 1. And that means now we'll go through your top 5. Grandin 113, Mark Stewart 109, Kazushige Kuboki 103, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg 101, Jan-Willem van Schip 97. This large group now working very well together.
And now these guys are within sight of catching the
Now, could we see some 20 points going up on the board? A straightaway is the gap. And this would see a big change to the standings. Grandin leading the way. Van Schip and Hoppazak, the Dutch trio behind him. And then 2 Japanese riders right behind. And I think we will see that right now. Make the catch now instead of waiting for the next sprint point to pick up smaller points. Get the 20 now. Put that in your back pocket.
All right, so that'll send them up a lap. All of those riders will have 20 points.
And a whole lot of riders are going to start to see 20 points going up in their totals. And so I'll wait for the readjustment before I see how things stand now. Now suddenly Stewart having to throw caution to the wind a little bit more, having to see if he can get into a breakaway. Now it's Kuboki in front. They've given it to Hoppazak Kojima, Mora, Teutenberg.
113. I don't believe, yeah, we're going to wait for...
I think Grandin was there, so I'm going to wait for the final official adjustment before we officially say where things are. Anyway, there's been a readjustment in the standings is what you should take from this. As we come up to the next sprint point, the group is back together as another sort of selection goes off the front for this sprint point. So Jan Willem van Schip is leading the pursuit around of the next points. And it's Van Schip who will get 5. Kojima for Bridgestone will get 3. Stewart 2 and Hoppezak 1. Down to the final 4 sprint points.
And here come your points. Around to the line. Looks like Romain. Last one there.
Here's the adjustment. Van Schip 5, Kojima 3, Stewart 2, Hoppezak 1. And everyone's all together now, obviously on potentially different laps. And there we're going to adjust 20 for Grandin. Bam, right atop the standings. He's now in front, 133. Kuboki, 123. Van Schip, 122. Teutenberg, 121. Other riders getting laps. Sebastian Mora, Naoki Kojima, Colby Lang, Ricardo Pena. A couple guys getting some much needed 20 points. Now another fracturing of the peloton. This one, Yuri Leitao, along with Juan Arango. Right behind him, Bertold Driver, the young Hungarian rider, and Tim Waffler of Austria. But then Grandin off the front, he wants another 20 as well. So everything is just getting a little bit more chaotic here. You see the twitch of the elbow from Grandin. He wants Naoki Kojima to take a pull, and they form up with the Austrian and Hungarian riders. It's now a group of 4 working together. To come up to our next sprint point. There is the bell for Arango and Leitao. I think the 3rd and 4th points will come from this second group here, involving Donovan Grandin. And it is Leitao, a 24-year-old, taking this one ahead of Arango. And it looks like it's more points for Grandin, so he adds to his lead over his nearest rivals. Down to 30 laps to go. We'll see how things stand now. Grandin on 135, Kuboki 123, Van Schip on 122, Teutenberg on 121. Looks like Leitao could now be adding a lap. That's the case. He moves into 5th place on 117. And Van Schip off the front. And this second group with Grandin, 5 riders, looks like they could pick up 20 points. And there it is. Grandin with another 20 points. We'll wait for the official ways to go up, because always when it's groups like this, it's the commissaire's decision to determine what's the peloton, but that was the big group. There's Arango and Leitao's lap confirmed. 20 points for them.
All right, so here we go. The leader on the track here
Van Schip now closing back in on the peloton with, let's see, that's Tim Thorn-Teutenberg with him. Alan Banaszek there as well, and Vincent Hopezak closing back in. So there's people gaining and losing laps all over the place. There's Grandin's second lap gain confirmed. There's Van Schip's lap, there's Teutenberg's lap, and there's a look at the updated standings. Grandin 155, Van Schip 142, Teutenberg back into third with 141. Kuboki now 123 is the gap, but on the top three grows a little bit between those looking to get onto the podium. And it's Hopezak who's leading things around to get 5 points. He's also chasing 20. And there is 5 points for Hopezak. Grandin not done yet. He wants another second place. So Hopezak, the Beat Cycling Club rider, gets 5. Grandin another 3. And then it is Clever Martinez getting third. And Arango getting another couple points. And the catch of the peloton is just about there. Hopezak closing in on 20. 19 laps to go. Your top 4 in the corner right there. Yuri Leitao currently in 5th. Mark Stewart has slipped to 6th. And there's the 20 for Hopezak. And we're gonna have another reshuffling. Hopezak's 127 now puts him into 4th, and now it's Stewart off the front. He has some work to do. He has a lap to try to get back and 20 points to pick up. For so long, leading the way in the overall. But the fatigue is settling in, to be sure. And marking this breakaway, wouldn't you know, Donovan Grandin. Now there's groups all over the track. I'm not sure where they're going to start to say that's a lap gain, that's a lap lost. Right now, Tim Thorn-Teutenberg attacks from that group that's right there, and he'll come around and lead the chase for the next sprint. 14 laps overall, 4 laps until the next time points are dished out. And picking up the chase, Kuboki. He was sitting on the podium for a little bit now, slipping to 4th. He's wanting to get a few points to make things interesting once again as we head into that last sprint. But still, Teutenberg chasing 5 and perhaps 20. And he has about a half a lap to gain on the peloton, approximately. Here comes the bell for Tim Thorn-Teutenberg. We've said his name a lot. He was one of the animators of the tempo race, doing it once again to wrap up the Omnium. Not sure if there's enough energy left to close that gap with the peloton. He'll take the 5 gladly. And that will move him up into 2nd place, ahead of Jan-Willem van Schip. And so now, 1 sprint left, double points to go. 2 groups really, and off the front, trying to make one final attack, Sebastian Mora, bronze in Jakarta, 5th in Cairo, currently sitting in 10th place with 98 points. Okay, there's your updated standings. Grandin 159, Teutenberg 146, Van Schip 142. That's the podium right now. Talk to me again in just a few minutes. 8 laps to go. Mora wanting 20. And then he'd get another 10 if he wins the final sprint. And I don't think that would be enough to get him onto the podium. It would certainly move him up, but it looks like he would come just short. Oh, now what do? He's closing in on that group. But there's still a long way to go before the final sprint. I think he's going to take the 20 now and just be happy with his moving up in the order. Now, Corbin Strong leading the next attack. The Kiwi currently sitting in 11th place. And with that lap, Mora moves up into 7th on 118 points. 4 riders trying to break away. And if you're Donovan Grandin, they're riders who are not factoring in your wins, so you're more than happy to see them go. If it's Tim Thorn-Teutenberg trying to take a lap and the final sprint, then you're in trouble. But these 5, for Grandin's sake, are just fine. 3 laps to go. It's Corbin Strong wanting to finish strong, along with 4 other riders. We see the Hungarian, we see the Austrian, the Mexican, and our Colombian rider, Arango. Peña from Mexico crashed even before this race got underway, but he's rallied well. He wants to finish well. There's the bell. So it looks like these 4 will decide the last points. And it looks like we may have our podium just about set as the front 4 comes to the line. It will be Arango, and Strong might beat him to the final points. We'll wait confirmation. But Arango and Strong in a photo finish for the final points. Peña 3rd, Driver 4th. And they've given the 10 to Arango and 6 for Strong. And there's the celebrating Donovan Grandin, winner of tonight's men's Omnium. Certainly one of the animators. He took 2 laps. He was monitoring a lot of the point sprints. And that's what you have to do to win these sorts of races. Grandin gold, 159 points. Tim Thorn-Teutenberg of Germany, silver, 146. Jan Willem van Schip from the Netherlands, 142. Gold for France. But all 24 of these riders have had very, very long days. Started with a points race this morning just to get into the field of 24. And then 4 long, grueling races. A thumbs up from Van Schip. He'll get on to the bottom step of the podium. But there's another look at our winner. He will get a much-deserved gold medal in a few moments, and the gifts so far have been a bag of coffee, and I believe they're from a local roaster. There's Van Schip. I was wondering, he's 6'4", 1.94 meters tall. That's a big fella on a bike. He used that big height advantage to good stead today, finishing in 3rd. A look back at this race, it was all over the place, attacks aplenty. Some riders taking laps, then losing laps, then it was everything you'd expect from a decisive points race. Kudos to Kazushige Kuboki. In the middle of the race there, he was one of the protagonists indeed. And there's Grandin chasing down just about everything as he's done, getting a chance to celebrate before he crosses the finish line. And now a chance to give away the medals as we look at the final points. And we are getting some medals from the night's keirin.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Trinidad and Tobago. Médaille de bronze représentant Trinidad et Tobago. Nicholas Paul. Winner of the silver medal, representing Germany. Médaille d'argent, représentant l'Allemagne, Max Dornbach. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Men's Keirin's gold medalist, representing Australia. La médaille d'or, Keirin, homme de la Coupe des Nations piste UCI Tissot, représentant l'Australie, Matthew Richardson.
You want me to go off? Cheers.
Please acknowledge all of our medalists. Vos médaillés.
There's Matthew Richardson getting another gold medal to throw onto the pile. The Australian is very used to that winning feeling, taking the keirin tonight, ahead of Max Dornbach and Nicholas Paul, all three very accomplished sprinters. And we will see them again down the line at events like the Worlds and the Olympics, I have no doubt. And Richardson, for the second night in a row, gold in the team sprint. He gets another winner's interview.
Here with Matthew Richardson, our men's keirin winner. Matthew, tell me about your thoughts going in. Were you confident coming into the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup here in Milton today?
Yeah, I've had a pretty good season so far. I've been carrying pretty good form this year, so definitely had a decent amount of confidence coming in and just backed myself going into that final.
Take me through the gold medal final at the back to the front. What stuck out in your mind?
Yeah, it was a pretty weird one, to be honest. I mean, I was all the way at the back where I didn't want to be, so moved myself up nice and early. The sprint got engaged, kind of a lap and a half to go, and then the door opened underneath in the final lap, so I took the opportunity and just ran to the line.
What does a gold medal here do for the rest of your season?
I guess just more confidence in the bag. I've got the sprint tomorrow, so I'll try to carry these vibes on to tomorrow and try and win again, I guess.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well, pay attention, rest of the world. Matthew Richardson has more confidence ahead of some pretty big events to come, including potentially the individual sprint tomorrow. But as he said it, just more confidence. Winning has that way of doing that, but when you're a guy who's used to winning, he is a very, very dangerous man on a bike. Up next, now the podium, we'll see a hometown favorite stand atop the podium.
Smith. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par quadruple olympienne, médaille d'argent olympique et présidente du comité olympique canadien, Tricia Smith. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Mexico. Médaille de bronze, représentant la Mexique, Daniela Gaixola. Winner of the silver medal, representing Colombia. Médaille d'argent, représentant la Colombie, Marta Bayona. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Women's Sprint Gold Medalist, representing Canada. La médaille d'or vitesse individuelle femme de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI, le Canada, Kelsey Mitchell. Please acknowledge all of our medalists, vos médaillés.
There you have it, Kelsey Mitchell at home standing atop the podium. And it's been something of a slow start to the season for the Olympic champion, but with the World Championships just around the corner, she is perhaps rounding into form. There will be plenty of other riders who weren't here, likely in Glasgow, but Kelsey Mitchell, golden once again here in Milton. And we are just about to head downstairs to hear from the hometown winner.
Kelsey, congratulations. An exciting final in the women's sprint. Both of your gold medal finals, you came from second position. Was that your plan, your preferred method in the sprint?
I don't think I had a preferred method going in. It was a long day. I know the legs were a little heavy. Martha's a great rider. I've raced her a few times, and so I kind of decided in the moment, and it worked out well, so yeah.
Can you describe the feeling after your final gold medal run when you knew you had it, that victory lap around the track?
It's special. It's so special. This is the most packed I've seen it here in a long time, and it was absolutely incredible, the support. Yeah, you guys helped me cross the line first. Honestly, it makes such a difference racing at home, so thank you.
Rest of the season for you, a gold medal must feel good for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I needed this one. Yeah, it felt really good. I've won 2 silvers at home, never a golden sprint, so I'm glad I was finally able to do it.
Completed the collection. Congratulations, Kelsey.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Silver yesterday in the team sprint, gold today in the individual sprint. I needed that, she said, and so perhaps serving a little notice to other riders that with Worlds just around the corner, she's ready. And now a couple very tired men just off their bikes in the Omnium. We'll get that medal presentation in just a little bit. I'm not sure if they're here yet. They might be still cooling down because they have worked today. Still one more day of action tomorrow. The day 4, the evening session. We actually start a few hours earlier than tonight. So wherever you are in the world, just pay attention and we'll get one more day. We see the podium making their way down. I see Donovan Grandin able to walk over. The man from Réunion. There's Jan Willem van Schip offers his congratulations. Just seeing if Grandin is scheduled to race on the road anytime soon. He certainly earned a little bit of a break right now. I see our podium. All 3 are there. We'll catch a little bit of a rest in the seats. There's gold and silver. Grandin and Teutenberg.
The medal ceremony for the Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Milton Men's Omnium. La cérémonie de remise des médailles de la Coupe des Nations piste Tissot UCI de Milton Omnium 1. The medals and gifts will be presented by 4-time Olympian, Olympic silver medalist, and Canadian Olympic Committee President Tricia Smith. Les médailles et cadeaux seront présentés par quadruple olympienne, médaille d'argent olympique et présidente de la Comité olympique canadienne, Tricia Smith. Winner of the bronze medal, representing the Netherlands, médaille de bronze représentant les Pays-Bas, Willem van Schip. Winner of the silver medal, representing Germany, Médaille d'argent représentant l'Allemagne, Tissot UCI. Tissot UCI Track Nations Cup Men's Omnium Gold Medalist, representing France, le médaille d'or Omnium Homme de la Coupe des Nations Piste UCI et Tissot, représentant la France, Donovan Grondin. Please acknowledge all of our medalists, vos médaillés.
Here's a look at the podium. Grondin, Teutenberg, and Van Schip put in a good, solid day's work here today. As I've said, it started this morning with a points race, and then they had 4 events ending with another points race. And so French celebrating, I believe it's their first gold medal of this event. Just waiting a few moments. Grondin is getting in position for his interview. We will get it for you in just a moment. One more day of competition here, as I've mentioned, in Milton. And the next time all of these track athletes gather will be in Glasgow for that long anticipated Super World Championships, where there's track, there's road, there's mountain biking. It's everything except cyclocross. But everything on 2 wheels will be celebrated in Glasgow. You can imagine it's going to be quite the celebration. And now we'll send it down for an interview with Donovan Grondin.
I am here with gold medalist in the men's Omnium, Donovan Grondin de la France. Donovan, tu as été très fort au début. Est-ce que c'était ton plan?
Ben oui, après ça a un peu mal débuté et après à la fin, au fil des épreuves, il y avait les jambes qui venaient et à la fin j'ai assuré la médaille d'or.
C'est une très très belle performance. Alors comment est-ce que tu te sens allant à procéder aux champions du monde avec ce médaille d'or?
Ben après, c'était pas forcément un objectif, mais c'est des bonnes augures pour la suite.
Parfait, merci et félicitations. Congratulations.
He says things didn't get off to a great start. He didn't feel the legs, but they came along the longer this competition went along. And looking ahead to the World Championships, he finishes by saying, certainly bodes well for that big event coming up in just a few months' time. And we're going to bring up tomorrow's schedule. It's pretty much the same today, just flip from men's to women's. The women's Omnium gets underway. Men's sprint, women's keirin, and they'll be scattered throughout. And then the men's Madison final as well, compared to the women's 120. It's 200 laps for the men. I hope you enjoyed things on this second evening of medal races here in Milton. One more to come. I'll be excited to bring that for you. Until next time, I'm Gavin Day. Goodbye.